So good, Bear. I used to. I turned mine up at 7:00. Then I sleep. But I just let it come up. It's. I was gonna get there now. His brother has land up there and always goes. All I. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna pass it over to my eyes. Shows up the such. What I understand from the law. After 10 and before 2. Was it too high?
No, I'm getting ready to stand for the flag salute.
Oh, you're very. Get ready.
Go ahead and call to order the Butler Community College Board of Trustees, our regular board meeting. Today is July 10th, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Actually, July 11th. We have the date wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry. Blinding. July 11th. Okay. Okay, we've got some, I am aware of some edits to the agenda and there may be others. I'll just hit a couple that I know we have first. Dr. Kroll emailed us last week the memorandum of agreement with the local workforce development board. Would propose that we add that as D2 under the consent agenda. So section 10 Delta 2 would entertain a motion to that effect.
I so move that we add that to the agenda.
And I'll second it.
Hearing no discussion.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard is absent, trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Okay, that passes 6-0. The other change that I would propose, we added some things intentionally that Shelby asked about that we've estimated time as we try to do, but I can foresee the discussion on those items becoming perhaps a little longer than what we've sort of tentatively budgeted. The strategic discussion item for the board evaluation is on there right now. I don't think that needs to occur today. That can occur at the work session in July. And if others agree, I would propose that we strike that from the agenda tonight and intend to take it up at the work session.
I would so move.
We have a second.
I'll
Second.
second.
Go ahead.
No,
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard is absent, trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
yes,
trustee Smith.
Okay, that also passes 6-0. Those were the two amendments that I am aware of. Do we have any others?
Yes. I would like to add to at least the board strategic discussion and update and more information on the river building.
On the what?
Redler building. What? Related to what? Just an update. Yes, where we can maybe ask questions on. About closing, about sign, about whatever.
You have a specific question. I don't know if you have a question on creating that discussion item.
Okay, that's, yeah.
Talk about it.
Well, that we can add it as, Beck, why don't we just replace it as D?
Okay,
On which one?
We'll just replace item D, which is vacant right now because we moved the evaluation out.
with culinary update.
Just add D to be a culinary building update. I mean, recognizing, depending on the questions, Dr. Coe and her staff won't have known
Right.
them ahead of time, so there, we may not have answers tonight.
And I emailed some stuff to everybody about signage and about the closing date and stuff. So
I think we had a motion and a second. Any other discussion on that amendment? Hearing none?
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard is absent, trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
yes.
trustee Smith.
Julie, did you have any others?
No. Aren't you glad? I'm really tired.
I had one, I would like to, I moved to move. Jim and C1, legal compensation. That's application of legal services. The board action items.
What's,
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. If part of that discussion is going to involve
I have
the,
no discussion, that's fine. First. I've done it every week. Okay, let's do it.
any other discussion on this?
You're just voting to pull that out.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, right now, we're not voting up or down the issue. We're just voting whether to move it to an action item.
Ready?
Okay, yeah.
Trustee Good,
No.
trustee Brungard is absent, trustee Jolly,
no,
trustee Rhodes,
Yes,
trustee Winslow,
Yes, I
trustee,
would like to move it.
trustee Shearer,
no,
trustee Smith.
okay, that fails on a 3-3 vote, so it does not move.
You don't want to discuss it. That's my question.
Any other amendments? We have, Ray is here and is prepared to talk about what we were going to talk about at the June meeting in executive session. If there is an interest in going and adding an executive session to have that discussion, now would be the time to have it with Ray here in person. For the reasons that we talked about in June, it's not an appropriate discussion to have open because we're soliciting advice from our attorney.
Would we go into it right now or wait till the end?
We would have, I would, with Ray being here in person, I guess I would say we do it, and it shouldn't, I would not anticipate it would be more than about a 15-minute
We're gonna
discussion.
amend the agenda again.
I am opening up that is an option for us to amend the agenda again to have that discussion that we didn't have in June.
You said the last meeting, we choose as a board.
If the board chooses as a whole to do that, yes. Now,
Okay.
part of the discussion will be, I suspect, I don't want to speak for Ray. Part of the discussion will be Ray providing his thoughts on whether that is advisable or not. But that's, again, that's a topic for executive session discussion, not for outside.
Okay, we vote for the executive session then, and it does pass, so we go into executive session. Then I would like to put something on, I guess on board action items that said we can disclose it, whatever happened in that session.
Well, right now,
That's the only way we can legally vote for it.
well, no, right now, we don't even have a motion. So if there is a motion to go into executive session or to have an executive session added to the agenda, then that would be added if it passes. There would be a second motion. What you're proposing, Julie, would be to add a separate board action item to, I guess, for the board to decide whether to disclose what was discussed in executive session in open session. They wouldn't be tied together automatically. They'd be two separate motions. But if we want to have that executive session, then we need to amend the agenda to have it. If we don't, then thank Ray for being here and we'll move on.
Your mic's not on.
Well, it's not-
Thank you.
So I have no interest in having it behind closed doors, honestly.
You are,
I have no interest in doing it at a public site, because anything I'm told I can't ever say to anyone. We do have the meeting, I'll excuse myself, so I'm still free to talk about what I think. In case I say something in there and I can't say it in public.
And I will do the same.
I will just comment that I find it odd that you were so ready and willing to bash the advice, but now you are doing what you can to avoid actually getting it.
No, I'm asking for it in public.
That's what
Open
we're asking
session.
for, to be transparent.
Send me an email
It's a new word.
of your legal advice.
You tell me an attorney that you work with that you say, I want you to give me advice, but I want you to give it to me in a public meeting.
You gave it to us in a
Attorneys don't-
public meeting that we could exclude a member, elected a member from executive session.
And you asked, and we specifically asked for follow-up on that, and that's what Ray is prepared to provide. But we don't need that. We're wasting time right now. We either have an executive session and do it.
Could
Or
have
we move
easily
on.
been sent to us via confidential email as well, and we would know.
It's not confidential. Executive emails sent to you are not confidential. They're not exec session. There's no binding, there's nothing to bind that email to stay confidential. And we've had enough breaches of
Many of those back in
confidentiality
the
over the
day.
years that
Years ago, we got quite a few.
I'm not hearing a motion to add an exec session. So if that's the case, then we would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended.
I'll motion that.
second,
Trustee Good.
yes,
Trustee Brungard is absent. Trustee Jolly.
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow.
Yes.
Trustee Shearer.
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 6-0. Ray, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We will start with Dr. Kroll has a recognition.
Yes. I would like to recognize Ireland Turner tonight. Are you surprised? Maybe? Can't tell you?
The poker face.
Okay, all right, good. Well, anyway, Ireland has taken the initiative to engage the maintenance and transportation directors in the area school districts and create a network of colleagues to share ideas, to troubleshoot, to problem solve, to support each other. It's very common for us to have kind of constant contact with some of those school districts on a pretty regular basis. And Ireland really thought it would be great to kind of formalize that and, meet more often and more regularly so that especially people can get acquainted because there's turnover in those positions, but also to create a stronger network of support. So Ireland, thank you for taking the leadership to do that. We appreciate that. And then will help me remember when Kim gets here. Her birthday was yesterday, so we need to be sure to tell her happy birthday when she rolls in. So hopefully she gets here. She's in court. Dave could sing, but I don't think we want to experience that. So
Public embarrassment.
Yeah.
That's,
yeah.
we'll move on to public comments. I know we have one and perhaps others. Julie, the floor is yours. Or actually, hang on, but let me read my public comment. Okay, from our Board bylaws, the general public is welcome to address the Board of Trustees under the public comment section of the regular board meeting agenda. Public comment should be germane to the business and activities of the Board of Trustees. Personnel issues are prohibited from public comment. The board chair will ask visitors wishing to make brief comments to identify themselves and the topic they wish to address. If several members of one group or organization wish to speak to the board concerning the same item, the board chair may ask the group to identify a single spokesperson. A time limit of 5 minutes has been set for each recognized member or spokesperson of the audience to speak to the board. The board will take no action during the public comment period of the board meetings. However, it will take the matter under deliberation and, if appropriate, direct the president to follow up with a written response and report at the next regular board meeting.
Great, thanks. My name is Julie Kobe, and I have some notes here just because, well, I should have said, I am a dual credit, we call it the concurrent public speaking teacher for you at Andover Central High School. Before that, I was here for 25 years and I had a lot of connections with a lot of you. I know I taught for 15 years and then I was an administrator for 7, and I left here in 2019 because I thought I wanted to do something corporate, and everywhere I went, they said, seems like you're just a really good teacher. And so I said, okay, why fight it? So I am, as I said, at Andover Central, and I teach 4 classes. So doing what I can for enrollment. And anyway, I want to thank you for letting me come here tonight. And I've been trying to get here for a while, and it's hard. So it's taken me a while. And also I think this is probably the new year. And so I start that way, and if you'll permit me to stop when I have to, but I am not here about me. I'm here about a student. I thought I could do this. I'm sorry. Her name was Hunter, and she was a newly born, really fairly newly born when I came to work here, and she's my daughter. And when I started working here, we started doing all the things we could to immerse ourselves in Butler. She went to basketball camp. She did show choir camps. She did a ropes course camp that I'm fairly certain she didn't finish, and not surprised by that. And anyway, she was a classmate of Forrest's daughter and a Presbyterian, and the Presbyterian pipeline is strong. I found out through Dr. Kroll, the news I had, but which reminds me, my father did not forgive me for becoming a Presbyterian, and so it's Baptist. And anyway, he said, wherever you find 4 Presbyterians, you'll find a 5th, which I think is a drinking joke, but must be a telephone and telepresbyterian, because David was my pipeline here. But anyway, beyond all those things, she started taking classes at age 15, and actually started working in the IS department around the same time, and worked with ESOM, and at the time told me Tom Merwin was the smartest man she'd ever met, which is pretty crazy for a 15-year-old, because they don't think anyone is smart. And anyway, she took all those classes and was in Phi Theta Kappa, and we did everything we could. We worked the tuition aid. I don't know what the limit on numbers of classes you can take, but I think through changing of majors and things like that, she took right up to the limit and graduated from here, and then ended up graduating from K-State in 2018. And she worked all of the time she was at K-State and at a roofing company full time, actually. And then she got a role at Bass Pro Base Camp, is what they call the world headquarters there, and did that for 2 years. And it was, I believe, where she started honing her skills, her people skills and her social skills, and her ability to work with, the public. And anyway, she worked there until April 2022, at which point on April 10th, she was rushed to the hospital, whereupon we found out that just weirdly for a person in her 20s, she had an inoperable cancerous mass that was too big to take out. And we did all the things. We worked with her in Springfield and we brought her back here. We took her to MD Anderson and even at the Mayo Clinic, which is why I'm here today. I thought I was going to be having some diagnostic appointments for her, and we made flights for 5 days, and I ended up being there for 7 weeks, and which is an amazing place. That they did everything they could, and they were very great. But anyway, the reason I'm here is because the speech department was kind enough, the full-time speech department, to include Kateri Grillett, Greg May, and Matt Webster. Were very kind at the time I was here, and then when I went there to work with me. And anyway, she did not survive that, obviously, or I wouldn't. And so on February the 5th, she passed away. And I've been getting a lot of, shouldn't have to bury your own child. And I do agree with that. I'm not objective at all. I don't think you should have to bury anybody. I mean, it's just, it's always someone you love, and it's always difficult and sad. And I have been very happy with the help that I've gotten from people who work here during this time. And while I was gone, and I was allowed to teach from from her hospital room. And thank goodness for Christmas break and Butler's break lasting longer than the high schools. And my administration there was extremely helpful. But it was very important for Hunter, for me to continue working through all of this. And I was able to, and I'm very, very pleased and thankful for that. As I mentioned, the speech department also, I'm over my time. I'm super middle child rule follower. And that is documented. Anyway, I couldn't get out of Minnesota fast enough. It's horrible in January and February there. But anyway, but it takes a long time to get back. And so while I was in the layover in Chicago, I thought to call Dr. Cole about maybe in the world of no newspapers, it's really weird to worry that you're not going to have people know things. And so she was kind enough to put this information out on her emails to people. And I can't say enough about that. She had probably 30 or 40 faculty members and students who came to either her visitation and her service, which was very important. And I think that would have meant something. And then I would also say that I was fortunate enough that Judy, who I work next to at Andover, put a book in the library. And I know they do that for a lot of people, but I'm a student who hadn't been here this long, and I've been getting cards and emails and all kinds of information, communication from people that I never dreamed that I would even have, that she would have touched or I have touched. And so and a faculty member spoke at her service, and one faculty member said that Hunter was her first friend. I mean, she was 18, I think, maybe by the time she was a student worker at Andover, but that she was her first friend because Hunter was young and she was young, and she was just her bubbly personality. And that means a lot to me as well. And I mentioned Bass Pro, which was her dream job. And it's, if you know anything about that place, it's like, I think it's like a sporting good Walmart, but I don't fish. But anyway, she was really taking off there in just her 2 years. And if you know anything about it, it's huge. And it was started by one gentleman named John L. Morris, and he has his fingers in every corner of that place, which is golf courses and resorts and everything. And anyway, when on the occasion of her passing away, he did a video to all of the staff about her, which speaks a lot for him and for Hunter. And his comment about her was that he thought about her the most is that she was the true end user. And that's why I'm here today. And then end user, he felt like she used the products, she sold the products, she was always on the water or out in the land, and just really believed in that corporation and what it sold and what it stood for. And I do believe that is true. And I very appropriately named Hunter. But anyway, which again, we aren't hunters. That's actually my last name when I was growing up. But anyway, I say that to you now because I want you to think about that end user here. She was very, very involved in Butler. She loved it. She loved being here. She loved when we would go to things. One time I remember it was a basketball game. One of my students saw me and goes, "Hey, teach." And she said, "We're not allowed to call our teachers that." I said, "Honey, I'm just glad he knows who I am." And anyway, and I just want you to think about the community members and the students and the people like Hunter and who find a way to internalize this place and to make it a part of themselves and make them a part of it. And it's just really important that you know that, I believe, and to continue believing that as you complete your mission here and continue your mission as leaders of Butler. And again, I just thank you for your time and I appreciate the opportunity and everything you did for her. Thanks.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Julie.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we will move on to standing reports. I think you did, we're not expecting student government as
I don't think
operational
so.
staff.
No,
I don't see Dr. Sater.
no, I think Terry's on vacation. Lisa, I don't think we heard anything. Okay.
Okay, Board Finance Committee, Mary Martha or Linda, anything to report?
You were there longer.
Kent. How's that sound?
Thank you. Yeah, at your place, we put a document there. It says it's the operating budget, unaudited year-end summary. We didn't, since it's year-end, we don't have the typical over-under report, but we wanted to update you on the closing of the books and where we're at on the operating budget. We'll have a full budget update book for you before the August board meeting. So you can see, and I think, yeah, Jennifer's put this on the screen for those who don't have the paper. But the first column of numbers here, this was our estimate for the current, well, I say current, the year that just ended, June 30th. And then the column on the right-hand side is the actual numbers, unaudited numbers from the close. So you can see on the operating revenues, our estimate was very close. There's a couple of things you don't show here, but the tuition fees was under budgeted, I think around 100,000, but we had about 100,000 over on interest income. So that kind of evened that out. On the expenditure side, we had kicked up the estimate for the unspent budget to 3 million. That was our estimate in April because the previous years had been pretty high. We didn't actually meet that unspent budget. We did underspend the budget by about 2.6 million, 2.585, you can see there. So the net expenditures at close were about $414,000 higher than what we had shown you in April. And then we had an adjustment to the beginning balance of the year. This is sort of a normal thing that happens after the close. And we usually wait till the audit to adjust that, which would have been, we probably got the audit numbers finalized in December. We forgot to do that for the April update. So we're showing that adjustment here. So overall, we did end up the year with a positive revenue over expenditures on line 7 of $771,000 for the year. So that's what we talked about in the Finance Committee today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
12 and 13 is just our 10.5 required, and then below that 13 is what additional was left over.
Yeah, the 10.5, and we're probably going to up that target, at least from an administrative recommendation, with the new budget. But yeah, we're in excess of the 10.5 by about $4.9 million.
So we had 20%.
This is just your operating.
Yes, that's right. And when we bring you the update in August, we'll have all the different unencumbered cash from all the various funds, and we can show you where we ended up the year with that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Foundation, the foundation has not met. The board meets next month, so I don't have anything to present there. Dr. Kroll?
You have at your place an invitation from the foundation to join a celebration at the Redler Institute on the 26th of July. I don't know the invitation for sure. 26th of July from 5 to 7. Really kind of a celebration of the students and their great capabilities. And so I hope you'll reserve a spot. It's important for them to know if you're able to attend or not. So scan that QR code. And this is really kind of the first anniversary of the opening of that building. And so we want to, really celebrate the students and all they've accomplished. And it should be a fun event. Great food. We also received an email today, middle of the morning, that Farm to Fork is on Thursday night at the Kansas at Fulton Valley Farms. And so I had Jennifer call and reserve a table for us. And so I really need to know by tomorrow at noon.
I've
If
already
you're-
made mine,
If you're able to go, you want to
Yeah.
sit with the butler, you
Sure.
can sit with the butler folks, but
but I've already made a reservation. for me
Okay.
too.
well, let me know if anybody else wants to go because I want to fill our table. And the tickets are $50 a piece. I want to fill our table. And if you folks can't go, then I've got administrators that I would like to invite. So
What
If you-
time does it start?
it starts at 5 and usually it's, social hour and you can walk through the vendors and visit with people. They'll have local Walnut River Brewery will be there, I think, with beer and Grace Hill Winery. So local.
And all the
Things-
food is from Butler
and-
County.
The culinary students from the Redler are doing all of the meal and the hors d'oeuvres and everything. So it's always a really neat event.
Should
So
I bring a
if you can,
guest?
sure.
I'd like to-
Well, I'll have you. Okay, Jennifer, will you want to mark her down for 2? And anybody else that wants to go, let us know by noon tomorrow, and that'll give us time to then visit with some other folks if we need to fill the table. Okay. We received information. I guess maybe it was the week that I got back. I can't remember the date for sure. But anyway, we've been awarded again this year an opportunity to be part of Second Chance Pell. We were one of the 73 institutions last year across the nation that had access to Second Chance Pell, and we've been re-awarded again. They call it Second Chance Pell Experiment. These are the funds that help incarcerated individuals gain access to federal financial aid so that they are able to take classes and don't have to pay for it out of pocket. There's guidelines that they have to fall within in order to be able to access the federal financial aid. But what we know initially is that our award this year will be just over $225,000. We'll have a final letter and final information, I think, coming forward. But
How many students
Again-
will that take care of?
well, it just depends on the classes that they're taking right now. I don't know how many we have enrolled out there right now, but we can get that number for you. And actually what I'll do is have Heather and Esam let us know how many this past year used the second chance Pell funding, because I don't know those numbers for sure. So we'll get that information to you.
Is that awarded on a first come, first served based on who applies, or is there a qualification process?
Yeah, there's a qualification process for it. Yeah, they have to be, within a certain number of years of release, and there are certain offense categories that will disqualify them. So. And then I also wanted to let you know that Alicia Johnson, who's been the Fort Scott Community College president for a number of years. She's actually been in Kansas. She was the VPA at Coffeyville for lots of years and a biology instructor before she was the VPA. She's just retiring from Fort Scott, and she's going to be one of the new regents that sits on the Kansas Board of Regents. And this will be the first time in forever that there's been an actual community college representative on the Board of Regents that understands and has a huge history in community college operations and student work and everything. So we're really excited about Alicia being able to represent us. She was an appointment through the governor's office. So excited about that. That's what I have.
Thank you. Educational facilities?
They met, I wasn't able to go.
I was there. We talked. You want to talk a little bit? Ireland. We had,
Probably need to come up.
we had a big problem there that we needed to fix.
Yeah, you may have known that back in February or anyway, last fall, we had a lightning strike or some power surge. It took out part of the heating and air equipment at the stadium that controlled most of the rooms on the two floors. Insurance covered part of it, but most of it was, we had a $10,000 deductible at that time. So 10,000 was out of our pocket to have it replaced. Since then, we've had another power surge that took out the whole system. Well, let me rephrase that. It took out part of the system, and then about a month and a half later, the rest of the system went down. So the insurance company considers that two different events. The deductible for those are 25,000 each, and the total cost to repair was 39,000. So we're paying for all of that. So the system has been repaired. It is up and running. The engineers who designed that building are working on getting us some type of surge protection for our equipment, and hopefully we're going to have that installed fairly quickly. Their Gravity Works and PC Engineering has been working on that, and I don't have any update on that yet. But
And when Ireland says we, he means the authority, not the college paying
that's
for it,
correct.
but
The
it's
authority. I'm sorry.
the EFABC authority is paying for it. So just wanted to clarify that.
Yes.
Is the authority still roughly 1/3 each college, school district and city?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yes. I thought I heard at one point that one was talking about withdrawing from it.
No, it's still the
Okay.
three partners.
And I think, thank you, Ireland.
You're welcome.
And I think we also talked about, we need a couple more sponsors for the scoreboard. And
Yes.
you're working on that, Dr. Crowley.
Yeah, we're working on
And
that.
that's really about it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
We'll move on to monitoring reports. It's them.
Shannon is here. And Naomi is here. Sorry, both of you are here. Okay.
online?
Copyrighted too.
Thanks.
All right. I think the regular format is you just ask questions now, but I did want to share one thing that we didn't get in the board report. And that was some FBLA results. So I think they'll be officially recognized next month, but Dr. Noreen Templin, Janice Acal, and Jared McGinley took 9 students to the FBLA Collegiate National Leadership Conference in Atlanta. And they came back, everyone won something. So I won't go through each one individually, but each of the 9 people did actually win some kind of an award when they were there. So
They represented as well.
yes. Otherwise, I guess questions. We don't have anything fancy, sorry.
That's quite all right. You gave us a good report.
There was one question that Esam's going to answer for Mary Martha about the about the degree majors.
I thought, wow, that's a new degree.
Thank you for reminding us.
You're gonna have to be close to it.
Just sit down.
Thank you.
Yourself.
I think the question came up why there were 9 individuals who were listed as orphan majors in STEM. I'm not a particularly imaginative guy, as my mother often tells me. So there are some majors which don't fit into any particular departments. They're very generic. So I call them orphan majors. There's probably a better way to describe them, but that's what it is. And of those 9, 2 of them are generic science, engineering, and math majors, and the other 7 are business and industry majors. And since both those clusters are within STEM, that's what it is. And this is not the first time I've been asked, why do you call them orphans? Well, I could have come up with a better name. Sorry. I'll try.
It's good. It's good. It's on page 10 if you, at the top.
In the top table.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'll come up with a nicer name
I
next time.
like it. It's very nice.
Thank you.
I just figure it's an acronym for something.
That's a good idea.
You can make an acronym.
No,
Okay, one word or not.
hopefully no more after it.
We ought to have a moratorium on acronyms.
I agree. I second that.
I was just looking at the hospitality and culinary numbers, look like they were down in 22. Are there any 2023 numbers, or does that include everything from last year?
That would have been it would not have included 2023 because it's just academic year 2022, right?
The most recent one would be academic 2022, right?
And that's when everything was being built and they were probably in Andover.
That's true. So the last one that you see in academic 22 there is for spring of 22. It incorporates that. So anything after that, now that we have just finished the academic 23, it isn't there yet. But if you need to, we can provide that.
Do we know what it did for 23?
I'm just gonna
We-
try and
we
look
can
and
find
see
out.
what our last dashboard said. It's trending up. I know, especially hospitality management was, but.
And I guess I had the same questions for construction tech and diesel tech, just to see how they were doing, since they're kind of fresh starts.
Yes. So,
We can get those for you.
okay.
But you can tell me right now.
But I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but construction's doing well. So we are seeing a little bit of a shift though. Not a real strong enrollment in Andover yet for the fall, but we are seeing that increasing at EDCF. So that's great. So we have hired on additional full-time construction tech faculty. And we have a really good advisory board committee that is going to help us with hopefully recruitment and also donations as well. Diesel Tech also has a fantastic advisory committee made up of industry professionals, and they are taking the charge of this. And so we're going to review our curriculum just a little bit, move around courses that should go in a better sequence. I mean, just advice like that we didn't have when we started the program. So I have a lot of high hopes. And we also have some targeted direct marketing that we're doing for culinary that we're going to start doing for diesel as well as construction.
Yeah, is the diesel, is that a part of the early college? That certificate, is that a part of it's not part of the early college?
So we have some students in that program this year, but that's just starting with this cohort for the fall.
Okay.
Did you do some last year as well? Okay.
One or two.
Yeah, that was unexpected. So we had high school students that were showing interest in diesel tech. And so we hadn't planned for it to be an early college academy pathway, but we're happy to try to work with the schools and the students to encourage it.
I think I had a kid from El Dorado that was in that, both welding and diesel tech program.
It's a great opportunity for students, high school students, absolutely.
I was really impressed with on page 12 that Joe LeBrant said that he's given the most tours. ever. Because we have a fine ag facility and I mean,
And sometimes you don't even know it's there.
No.
And once you walk in and you see the display cases of trophies, it's a nice way to walk into that.
Yes.
I'm thrilled with the amount of tours that they're giving over there too. And I'm loving the interest. So we're excited about that. Thank you.
They're ready for a lot of goats. When you have a few goats, you have a lot of goats
I get this fencing, yeah.
in a lot of hurry.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
We'll move into our strategic discussion items. Starting off page 34 of the board book is the board governance, our quarterly update on quarter requests.
Could you remind me again, are we charging people for the information? We are charging them?
Yeah, it depends on the amount of time it takes us to
Sure.
prepare it. Yeah, it's in the policy.
We'll move on then to career and workforce education, which is on page 36.
We have Michelle Reuter and John Kressler here that are part of Career and Workforce Education Division, formerly known as Beta. They have a new name change and a new, kind of a new look and a new logo. And they're going to tell you just a little bit about what they do in career and workforce. And I kind of compiled their information into your board book, so you could follow along with that if you want to. That starts on 37 and 38. Oh, no. Well,
He just didn't bring a glasses, we can't read.
He
didn't think that was good.
that's my fault. That's my fault. Jennifer was gone and I
did a
was
great
covering for her and I didn't send that email on.
See, I came.
We got
Yeah, we're good. And we printed them big.
Sorry, Jennifer.
For him.
And that's what we have on.
You guys have
38.
you have exactly in here what their slide said, so.
So the majority of what we do really hasn't changed. We've just had some new initiatives since Dr. Neville's come on that he has kind of guided us towards and working with us on. So as we've turned EDCF over to Ryan and Heather, and they're doing a fabulous job, we are moving into the apprenticeship world. So that's kind of where the governor's at. And I know Dr. Neville has talked about many that we are getting and we're excited. I know Dr. Cole has. We don't know yet what's going to be done with that, but so the two of us, I'm working on the degree programs. So we have 4 and we have one that's a 2+2 that articulates with Pitt State. And that's what our apprenticeships are most interested in. So they take 26 hours with us. We provide them 47 credit hours, the amount of work that they do in their specific apprenticeship program. And then Pitt State takes that. They take 60 hours with them. And if you think about it, they're only taking 86 credit hours to get a full Bachelor of Science in Workforce Development and emphasis in supervisory and leadership. And they also get an associate in workforce development from Butler. So this is
all 100% online.
so they're taking quite an interest. So over the last couple months, Dr. Neville's kind of had a start on some new initiatives with that. We've been working with Jessica's team with student services. And so we've been figuring out what those processes will look like, because as we increase and been asked to go into other states, not only here in Kansas, but since it's online, there's really nothing stopping our borders. Jessica's team has had some really grueling conversations about what this might look like, since their team is obviously a big part and small too. So when you think about going to 4 or 5 states, that requires some reshifting of some things that we need to do. So we've been working hard with them to make this work. Got a lot of interest. We've got some interest from Colorado. Then their sister schools are in South and North Dakota. So those weren't even states that we were targeting. So really excited about that. But the new addition kind of goes to John, and I'm really proud of him for what he's doing. And I'll let him talk about his part of it.
So yeah, last fall, we became an intermediary at the state. So we're approved to provide registered apprenticeships to companies that want to stand those up internally. We've got multiple conversations going on right now. It's pretty exciting, the conversations we're having. Meeting with a lot of our partners that are already involved with the college, and we're bringing in some new ones potentially. So kind of what our attack is as an intermediary, where we do the administrative work for registered apprenticeship, and then as an RTI provider, which is related technical instruction, where we can provide actual classwork, training, credit, non-credit to other apprenticeships and other intermediaries. So right now, we're partnered with Flagship Kansas that does IT training. They're an intermediary. We're providing some of our online non-credit courses for like help desk technician and things like that for their apprenticeships.
So we can tie into academic classes that are already there, so we can help our academic partners as well here internally with sellers. So
Yes. So if they're local, our preference is do face to face if they're local, but if they're remote learners, we've got things covered.
And then we're working with Tom and his team about some scholarship opportunities and how that might flow to the foundation. So we really got everybody on campus. It's really a Butler initiative, even though it's kind of being funneled through Beta. It's really a big overall team that's going on.
And then July 1st, I think KBOR had approved a grant that would give you a tax credit for apprentices. So up to a company can have up to 20 apprentices. They get $2,500 per apprentice. In 2025, that goes to $2,750. But that will offset some of those costs involved in paying for their. So as an apprentice, they're full-time employee, full-time benefits, and they're paying for their tuition and their education. So the state's really trying to incentivize these programs, and they're kind of going above and beyond it to attract the right attention in this program. So.
This is kind of new, and we kind of shared, this isn't really new, but there's also a new initiative with the fiber optics, and we kind of just literally started talking to the team here. Yeah. Biden had put out several $1 billion for this rural broadband thing, and we just found out in the last couple of days that Kansas was, I think you might have seen the commercial with together on there. 450 million, I think, is being awarded here, and our Kansas Farmers Partners reached out and told us that Butler will be one of 2 schools that will be selected to provide, because we provide fiber optics training through our division. So we've been told that their money doesn't come in until next year, and it'll be a 5-year strategic plan. So they'll be bringing us in, we'll bring Dr. Cole, Dr. Nolan for those discussions on how we want that to proceed. So some kind of good news that literally is like hot off the press.
And we do currently have a masonry apprenticeship registered with the state. We just need to put some.
So not keeping you long, but the next couple slides just kind of show you some of our third-party online partnerships that we've established and are very robust. We've also, Dr. Neville had a really good friend that reached out to us from Maricopa, and we were able to help her get started and send her some of the partnerships. So hopefully that'll help them get started. You can see some of our certifications and licensures that we do. A lot of those are face-to-face and held through here. So we have a really robust program here. A lot of it's a surprise to people and well kept secret, so we're not going to do that way. So it's all good. Pass them on. So what questions can we answer for you?
Is your office here or in Andover?
We're located in Andover.
For all of these, basically out of Andover.
And they can be wherever, like all of the certificate, that third party online, those are all online, so they can be anywhere. And then certifications and licensures. We do public offerings, but a lot of them are contract training, so we'll do with our company, so we go wherever.
And the like the payroll and the Pro FM, project management, SHRM, those are live class with Zoom software. So people can attend remotely, but we also do have the live class.
And some of these, Dr. Nibbles had us, he's a big advocate of the credit for prior learning and all of those things. So all these things that we try to work on, he likes them to be something that we can go into Sedgwick County and tackle some of our adversaries and then bring it back and convert them to credits. So that's we're like little spies.
So is project management, is that done out in Andover? Which of these are done out in Andover for the most part?
Well, like the certificates, and a lot of those are live, and they can be in Andover. We hold some here. The motorcycle training, I know Ireland focus with that. And those are held in those locations, have been. So they can be We hold them anywhere.
So it's,
You also, some of these also, you go into the businesses and train them on site as well with some of those too, right?
we actually held one of the supply chain classes in this room a while back.
We try to utilize both campuses, depending on who the company is, who the audience is, we want to make it easy for them.
But like the payroll, the instructor for the payroll class, I think was in Georgia. The instructor for our project management is in Texas. And those are all live on remote, for remote learners. The new Apex CPIM 8.0 that we're getting ready to do. We've been holding those classes in our conference room, but our instructor is not very tech savvy. So he knows his own system at home, so he's gonna do it online from his house. Because he doesn't know how to operate our equipment in our home,
So the real question is, who's the instructor?
right? So
So your brewed to use beer crafting course, what is that? I mean, I can assume it's a beer.
Well, Dr. Neville likes to drink beer, and so he said. Well, and Dr. Neville said, you do this, so we did. I'll let you, because that's who the. board
Well,
is.
with the amount of different independent breweries popping up all over the place, I can see a real need for workers.
So we were approached by Walnut River to put together a brew school. There are potential opportunities to turn that into an apprenticeship. This is kind of a pilot, just to see how it works out. It's multiple weeks. It's actually up for registration on Marketplace now, but we have not promoted it. It doesn't start until next spring. So, but it is open for registration if anyone's interested in learning how to make beer and get into the beer industry.
Is there planned marketing to other businesses to make them aware that apprenticeships could be
Emily's
established?
been a big
And
advocate. She's been attending our meetings with us. I know she's been learning.
there will be?
Yeah.
So yeah, BJ and Travis are pretty dialed in with Walnut River to the other breweries in the area. So they're definitely going to get that information out to all the other breweries that they can put their employees through this program.
But
Many breweries are in the area. Yeah, I mean,
They
Oh,
said, but-
legal.
yeah, not the ones in your bathtub.
Well, that's.
Oh, God, I think he said the state of Kansas like 70. maybe.
Yeah, that's the whole state. The
Around-
county.
Around here was 20 when we went.
Yeah, 20 in Wichita, maybe 35 in the region.
We met with. Kelly, you were gonna add something on that.
Oh, I was just saying that there will be a
okay,
strategy
but
and
I'm
plan.
talking about all types of businesses, because through the years, working with business, I've heard from a lot of them that they wish there was this type of training available for them, whether it be an apprenticeship program or a certificate in licensing. One that comes to mind is insurance. And I just wondered, are we working on that? And are we going to all of the Butler County businesses and making sure that we're training for what they need?
We were in Nashville and met, so when we travel and speak at different conferences, we run into new partners, and one of those was real estate, was insurance and all that. So we just recently, I think, Ray just approved our contract. So that was just a recent addition. We just literally met with Kelly on some of that, so I know she strategized the plan, but some of those out there, and that's a really good point, Linda, because that's definitely where we need to go. For sure.
Well, we need to be training for available jobs. I mean, we can give lots of training if there's not the job there. And so,
One of the new interesting ones that we're working on, the lab, but it was, they want it for prison systems, and also it was heavily talked about at the national conference that we're at, is a dog grade certification. They don't have that. And so when you start talking to them, I just had a truck at my house washing my dogs, and they don't have any certification, but so many of them don't. This is another area that would be viable. We had a partner like Beauties and Bees or the Humane Society or something like that. So something different that nobody else has, for sure.
So just to go back a little bit, say for instance, the real estate you're talking about, what would that entail? Who would enroll in it?
It's a
What
free
revenue does the
license.
college generate from somebody?
It's a free license program online for real estate sales. They do appraisal, home inspection, and mortgage lenders. So we have 4 that we're doing online. And then they'll get a certificate of completion from Butler. But it prepares them for the exams. Those
How many people are in that?
It
program?
just, it's not even live, to be quite honest.
We just literally, that's one of those packages that we literally just.
How many programs do you have running currently? Do you have any,
Oh,
how many students do you have enrolled?
well,
I don't think she knows that.
yeah, I don't have number of students. I know that the revenues uptick in the last fiscal year. I think we've generated.
Are you talking about how much we generated?
I'm just curious what this entails. I mean, it's like, sure, I'd like to have somebody teach drywallers. Be proficient finishers, and then I could say, yeah, that's a great idea, but. If they're gonna come to Butler and pay Butler to be taught by somebody. Like the masonry, it's a good idea, but I don't know what revenue it generates is versus like starting dog grooming. If two people want to do it, is it worth our time to create a whole program for? I'm just trying to find out,
No, that's.
how many people do you have enrolled? What kind of revenue are you generating for the
We
college?
just got the curriculum. We just met them in Nashville in February. So we just got the curriculum, we just visited with them about it. They will hire the instructor, they will, they provide the curriculum. They help us market. We'll also be working with Kelly on marketing. And there's more, really been, they just been a few places that we've been and just asked if there would be an interest. So we have been doing our research to ask what kind of interest there might be. Because we certainly don't want to spend time and money on something that, like you said, bring in revenues.
Well, that's how we were sold construction degree program at demand of industry, which is just some people that are. Say it would be a great idea, but there's not the demand. Market to come here and do it, and I don't know what our attendance is in Andover exactly precisely.
Right. and-
Versus
and
what it costs us to create the
one of these
program.
programs, We always sit down with Dr. Neville, Dr. Cole, after we've gathered up all the information, make sure the numbers are there, and then we get their approval. So we don't ever launch programs without approval. We don't get to spend.
Right, but. I guess, is this just, it seems to me like an online pass-through program where anybody in the United States. that Runs across it, can take it, and then Butler gets a little piece of the pie. And they get a certificate and they can hopefully get a job. It's. I don't understand benefit more than that.
Well, lots of times, I mean, we aren't always hiring the instructors to teach. Sometimes those instructors are, hired, they're professionals, but they're hired by the company that's actually offering this. A lot of that stuff we're passed through. And we get part of that revenue for enrolling them and providing the class and doing the marketing and those kinds of things. But oftentimes we have very little expense that's associated with it because it's another entity that's shouldering that expense. We just end up with.
I know we have a long list of them. I just don't know how many people attend.
I'll bring, so we just met, Dr. Cole has sent out an email, so we're working on the medical things like that.
Mhm.
Medical coding, they do.
Well, there, Dr. Cole had met with some folks that there's some information that will some opportunities for us.
So is this just an upcoming program? We're just now starting and don't have anyone currently enrolled in?
Which one?
Coming down.
The real estate one, yeah.
Well, the whole thing here.
Any, some have started, some have not, so I don't know which ones.
How many people do we
We-
have? currently
why don't-
taking?
Why don't we get some numbers for you and bring them back? That way they can go through and look at some things rather than trying to estimate off the top. I mean, it'll take a little bit of time, but they can go back and look at some enrollment numbers over the past year and some of the different programs and provide some, revenue information.
So
So
we do have some people currently taking some.
Oh, we've got,
program.
yeah, we got record numbers right now going through our.
Specifically
Edigo
like Edigo,
programs.
Edvergo. We just met with our nursing department and they weren't aware that some of the programs that they maybe wanted to offer, but it really wasn't feasible for them with the amount of people and the time it takes. We actually partner with a company called MedCerts and there are like home health, there's some of the allied health degrees. So that would actually save our faculty having to do some of that. Folks could take that, we could give credit for prior learning. Those are certificates that would be easy for us to sell that don't require the training at LPN or. So.
We have
she was very
zero
surprised.
expenses.
Now, do we work with like Kansas Workforce Development stuff too?
Absolutely.
So they're one of our biggest clients, using WIOA dollars and other grant funded sources to put through our career programs, which are anywhere from $1,000 to $4,000 programs, which we get roughly about $500, $600, $700, depending on the price of the course.
And all of our courses are listed on Kansas Works so that anybody that laid off or wanting to get back in the workforce, they work with their advisors in the campus works to, they can only take programs that are approved through that system.
Yeah, we wrote it into Kansas Works, they approve them, and then they can start using.
I spent a couple of summers as a summer intern, well, an externship at Kansas Workforce Development. And they do a lot even with veterans. Their veterans program is really good.
I kind of agree with Shelby in the fact that, I think these are great programs. But I'm really all about statistics, so. For every, well, I'm surprised she didn't request that.
Come on.
Come on, Julie.
That's-
Well,
This
you
is-
knew
No,
you were
I
gonna
just-
ask.
No,
No,
I didn't know you were going to ask. I asked them to provide an overview of the work that they do. But we'll be happy to get you some enrollment numbers and some revenue numbers. Oh, Kim,
The doors locked?
we can get something.
I want to make one comment before we finish, and that is that through the years that I worked with El Dorado Inc., what Beta, formerly Beta, was very instrumental with new businesses or businesses that were taking on a different initiative, being able to come forward and do specific training, whether it was something as simple as English as a second language, whether they needed, I mentioned this before, they needed to do welding. When we were recruiting, they were putting together their opportunities with pass-through sometimes instructors to meet the needs of these new businesses. And I think it's critical that we have this as part of Butler. I think it goes beyond, but I notice here that there's a commercial driver's license, a CDL. You can't imagine how many companies would be willing to work with a CDL program that's local. So I think that I just think that they've been an important aspect of the college, and I've seen it in everyday work. So, and I've done that almost 20 years.
Who's over the Main Street now?
Main
You're actually
Street?
still listed on the website.
I've never been the director of Main Street.
I don't know. what they call it.
Emily Cannell is the director of Main Street. Sarah Hefkin took my place as the executive director of El Dorado Inc. And then the chamber has their own director, which is Phil Benedict. So.
I'm not trying to poo-poo you, I'm just trying to find out how many students are attending, what revenue generated, what are our expenses.
We'll get that information. We'll get some information to you.
We'll provide whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Kim.
Hey, Kim, welcome.
Happy birthday.
Oh,
We
happy
mentioned
birthday.
during recognitions that it was your birthday yesterday, and so happy birthday. Hope you had a good day.
There was a robust singing. You can watch it on there.
Whole day of work, so yay.
Yeah.
We'll, we're in strategic discussion items. We'll move on to C, which is rapid identity. That's on page 39. And Bill, I think
That's me.
that's you.
So as we, kind of work each year with renewals and so forth, this is something that came up for us. So we currently use Microsoft Identity Manager. We have for quite some time. It sits on top of our technical stuff. It sits on top of our Active Directory and manages those identities. Microsoft Identity Management is sunsetting, and it also has a bunch of challenges, as I kind of explained in the report. So we started looking at a different solution. Rapid Identity is a solution that, we explored multiple options. Rapid Identity is the one that we settled on. It meets a lot of needs that we have, compliance with some GLBA stuff as it pertains to deprovisioning, managing, and provisioning accounts. It gives us an opportunity to provision accounts on the fly, which we don't have today. It's one of the challenges in our enrollment process, especially when a student enrolls and then needs to take a placement test. There's a pretty significant delay for them to, once they've filled out the paperwork, for an account to be provisioned so that they can log in and take the test. And this will help expedite that. It's just, this meets the needs. This is the reason that we've brought it before you, is because it's not just a renewal, it's a new piece of software to replace something that we currently have. Identity and access management is, it's a cornerstone of of user management and our infrastructure piece. And so this is just the new piece that sits on top of Active Directory as opposed to Microsoft Identity Manager, which is, as I noted in the report, it's sunsetting and we've got to find a replacement anyway. I just wanted to kind of get the information in front of you guys to answer any questions about the software itself, if you have some, and then we'll be bringing a topic for action in August for approval.
And do we expect funding will just be a substitution of a previous line item?
Yeah, it's actually slightly more expensive, but it's within my budget. It's not a net new budget that I have to ask for, but yes, it's taking place of a current renewal that we do.
Know that a lot of the schools are having trouble. Yeah.
Right.
Data theft, all kinds of theft, and I get that. I would like to come back to just have a summary comparison of what Microsoft did.
Oh, sure.
Rapid identity will do, and maybe how far in the future we're gonna have it.
Oh, for sure. That's not a problem.
Places.
I can provide that as well. Yeah, we reached out to a lot of schools that
I
are,
know it's been a really big issue.
yeah, it's,
I know it was an issue for the county.
yeah. Well, I mean, schools, so schools maintain a lot of information.
Right.
From students to parents to, kind of all across the board. And so we take that part of our role very seriously. So this, again, in conversation with other schools, this is the solution that we felt was but sure, that's not a problem.
Any other questions? Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
So moving on, this is where we inserted the culinary building questions in place of the board evaluation. So what questions do we have?
To my picture shifting. In the picture with the expense report. I was wondering. Comes up with these things in text. Okay. Department 720, which is general ed. Why did we pay the foundation $10,000 for regular building special assessments?
Julie,
We don't know.
Can't hear you. What was the last part of your question? Why did we pay 10,000 for what?
For regular building special assessments.
You can go back and get the documentation for that. We can,
It's a special assessment. It's like a tax, it's a special assessment, it's a triple net lease, so we're responsible for those payments by the lease.
Let me ask you something. When do you think we're gonna actually? Let's see, we bought this. Is it
you approved the
December?
purchase. You approved the purchase of it. I think I emailed you and said that the intent is probably a closing in early August where we'll actually own it. But the date isn't set yet.
That we bought this, or
The board approved the purchase of it.
In April.
But it takes time. Well, it would have been, was it in April?
I think it was.
But then didn't we have to give notice?
You have to publish notice and all of those kinds of things, and that takes a period of time, so. So early August, and once that date is set, I can let you know that for sure.
these are special tax assessments.
It's a special, it's like you paid for special assessment on your house if you pay. We don't pay tax because we're tax exempt. Special assessments do not fall under.
Right. So
That
those
exemption.
exceptions would be.
Sewer, water,
Guttering,
electric,
maybe?
sewer, water, electric,
Road.
pavement, guttering.
That's
Not
right.
electric.
Which I knew. What is it?
We can go back and
Yeah, but next time's fine.
then we just get notice from the county of that special assessment.
We gotta pay it. You start closing your doors, I get it.
Any other culinary building questions? Okay, we will move on. The next up is our discussion on McConnell. Shelby had asked us to be put on as an action item, and I put it on as a discussion item instead because my recollection, which I think is accurate, was the last time we had this discussion was before Linda and Kim and Dave were on the board.
Yeah.
So if there's information, some of us will have a little more, well, the rest of us will have more history on this subject than everybody else will. So
And my goal with those is to have you folks talk about the information that you would like us to compile, and we'll bring it back to work session or upcoming board meeting. But we need to know specifically what the board would like to know. We're not, I've told my folks not to prepare anything tonight because we don't know what questions you have. But that's my hope tonight, is that we'll walk away with, kind of a bulleted list for each of these that we can bring back information for you. So we know it's updated and accurate and everything. So.
My opinion is I don't think we need to be in Wichita at McConnell. The few students that are there, no more. If we do leave, it'll be taken over by Wichita State. Just one more expense that we have. One more location that we're teaching at. I think we should personally just pull out, leave it to WSU or whoever's going to take it over. We did go over in 2019. There were 942 in fall and 636 in the spring. When we hit 2020, we were 417 in the fall and 342 in the spring. So we lost like half the students in those 2 years. And I made a motion to close it in 21 and didn't have the votes, but I still think the same thing. Same with Rock Road. I don't think we need to have a storefront on Rock Road. People can drive to Andover, they can do it online, they can catch our van when we're out on weekends and rolling. So I just want to bring it up for a vote again. If we have a vote, we do. If we don't, we don't. But it's
Well, we can bring back an updated report for you on revenues and expenses and enrollment. I know in the, previously we can talk about the amount of enrollment that happens out of the service center and the revenue that's generated because of that enrollment. So it sounds like you want kind of the same information that you'd had in the past. We'll get it updated for you and bring it back if that's agreeable for the rest of the board.
Yes, and maybe pros and cons, pros why we should stay there, cons why we should leave.
Okay.
Just,
Yeah, I'd like to vote on that before we vote on it.
Would it be possible to get the details of the lease to the storefront that he mentioned, just what the terms are of that?
Mhm.
I'm not opposed to helping out soldiers. I've said it many times. Come to Andover, tuition free, pay your books and fees.
It's not that far.
That's 12
Well,
minutes. And then we
you
get,
got airmen that don't have cars.
right.
I mean,
and also
that's
online.
not-
Well, I mean, we just can't be a convenience for Sedgwick County. Out of
It's a
our pocket.
convenience for the military. It's
We'll
not-
be able
I
to,
understand.
and we'll also be
Military will
able,
not be heard.
we'll also be able to tell you out of the service center, because it's not just for airmen and not just for Wichita folks. There's a variety of enrollments that happen out of that high school students for our Butler County schools and stuff, but Heather and her team can help gather that information as part of what we bring back to you, so you know. Because it's not just a Wichita centric enrollment site, and that's all we see from there. So.
So
I've
next
written-
month, we'll be able to have that on both McConnell and also the Rock Road.
We'll do our best. We'll sit down with the team and we'll put some things together.
is there any way you could kind of take a tally for the next week to see how many students come in and how many phone calls?
To the
Well-
service center?
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, we track student traffic already.
That would be
We'll-
good to
Actually,
see.
why don't we, instead of just doing a weekly report, why don't we add that to the overall report, so you know?
Yeah, that's how we
Um,
calculate the revenue, because we track how many students come in, how many credit hours they enroll in. So in the past, that's been $2 million in revenue. Last year, I believe it was around 1 million. So
But some enroll over the phone. Correct?
yes, and those advisors at that location will enroll over the phone as well.
And Dr. Kroll, just one point. A unique thing about McConnell is that a lot of the airmen have to be close to their station. So they can't really leave the base for their education. So that's why the accommodations made on base. That's something we learned as we were looking at ways to impact their airmen. But that's an element that exists.
Yes.
And Wichita State wouldn't take it over.
Yeah, one other thing that would be bad to have too, when you go over all this is how many of those courses that we're offering at McConnell are actually available.
Okay, we'll get that information to you too. We have the opportunity also in those classrooms, we'll have at McConnell for high flex. So if there's low enrollment there, the class can still be offered, and it'll be paired with a class that's in Andover or another online class or something like that. So that, so that those classes don't necessarily have to be canceled. Could be a faculty member that's on site in a different location that's teaching it, but that's all information that our team can bring back for discussion.
And the number of faculty.
Yeah, there aren't any full-time faculty that are out at McConnell, and that's their only location.
Right.
Not just a partial's fine, if we know that.
We've provided that in the past week.
Yeah.
3 partial people, 3 every day or 3 days a week or whatever, as long as we have the data.
You guys
for
wrote
both
that down in
sides.
21.
Yeah, we'll bring that back as part of the
Don't
report.
remember the number off the top. It was losing a little bit, but not much. Like 15 grand or 20. I don't. Might be
Don't know.
I don't
confusing or
remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and
But
look.
I
at my
also
notes.
remember there was a breakdown of soldiers versus just family members. I think it was more family members taking classes than actual soldiers.
No,
I imagine family members would be able to get off the base. Right.
Yeah.
We
I
can bring
couldn't
that.
speak to their circumstance, so
Alright.
I couldn't tell you whether they could or not.
And my brother's been in the military almost 30 years, so I'm familiar somewhat with him being on base.
But at 30 years, you have a lot more seniority than at 1 or 2.
Oh, yeah, it's not- You come to Wichita, and you can't leave McConnell.
When my uncle was a colonel, he could do it, but almost anything he wanted to, but
Yeah, I think we have.
when he was
I
a
think-
lieutenant, he
yeah,
was
pretty
flying
good,
a lot.
I think for McConnell.
Okay, let's move on then. The next item was the foundation employees wages.
Yeah, this is a motion I'm gonna make again, I guess, next month now, but. We were told last month, or it might have been the previous month, Tom gave a presentation that we're paying $300,000 in wages for people who work for the foundation. Foundation gives out approximately $800,000 in scholarships. So we as a college are paying foundation wages, 300 grand to give $500,000 out net. I mean, that's, seems like a bad investment on my end. I would prefer the foundation to pay their own way, especially with how we were treated as a board for designing a culinary building and take it or leave it. And then blank contracts, blank leases, kind of like, this is, we're gonna do it our way, you take it or leave it. Oh yeah, and by the way, pay us $300,000 a year in wages. That rubbed me the wrong way, and I wanna make a motion with it. Even if they don't pay their own $300,000 because there's insurance or whatnot, they would reimburse the college that amount. But I don't think we should pay out for the foundation's wages, so that's all I'm looking to make that motion next time. But that's the reason I'm bringing it up.
So what other information do the board members need to go along with that?
Well, I think Shelby asked for it to be on board action items, both of those, both of them.
Yeah, they're both.
That's, yes, we moved them to discussion because I told you I wanted the information talked about tonight, so we know what to bring back to you.
But Tom gave a good presentation with a lot of details last time, which is more than we'd ever had. I didn't realize we spent that much on our end of the college. When we closed Educare for losing $250,000 a year, fired 25 teachers, and our community actually used it. But we're fine to spend $300,000 for the foundation, and there's $1 million for football.
Well, I think it's really, we'll bring the information back. I think it's really important to remember the focus of the mission of the foundation is to assist and create access and opportunity and affordability for students. Those scholarship dollars are critical. They use foundation funds that they raise, endowment dollars for those scholarships. And they have to also raise money for their operations as well. So those scholarship dollars, what's that?
We pay for their quarters, right? Their equipment, and utilities and all that, we pay to house them here. So they don't have a lot of other. I'm sure they have
Yeah.
marketing, maybe expenses or putting on this dinner or that dinner.
Well, they have donors that help with those. They have corporate sponsors oftentimes that help offset those expenses. But, yeah, I mean, they're in this building we're paying the utilities like we pay utilities for other entities on this college, but their mission is to serve students and to create a donor base. And there's tremendous value that comes from that. So we'll bring back some information for you. The foundation directors have been extremely generous the last number of years in allocating 6% of their endowment income towards scholarships, free and clear. And so I think it's a conversation then that you also probably have to understand that the foundation directors will have to, to talk about if they're going to take on more of the responsibility for operations, then that probably means less scholarship money for our students in the long run. So we'll bring back some information for you and have some further discussion about it. Other information that the rest of you want us to bring back related to foundation stuff?
Yeah, there is one thing I'd like to see. I'd like to see how many people were working in the foundation, say 10 years ago, or even 8 years ago versus now. And when they were all basically moved to underneath you. And then also.
They aren't all underneath me. Tom reports to me, but the rest of the staff report to Tom. So, and they really have dual reporting because they report also to the foundation directors in a sense.
Okay, so my other question was, throwing me on, but I do want to know when they came under, and then I'd like to see like 3 years worth of what the college actually was reimbursed by the foundation and what.
That's all in the audits and the reports and the finances. It's all out there.
It'll be easy to get there.
And we'll work
So
on it.
I have a question though. Why all this question about the foundation when you do not donate to the foundation? You have no vested interest
I have
in the
no
foundation.
idea what I do.
Well, I don't know. I don't ever see your name. I see my name,
That's good.
you know?
We'll bring back.
I
the
feel like I
information.
have a vested interest in the foundation.
I think we all.
I can
have a
tell you
vested
that there's
interest
not
in
a
working
college
today.
in Kansas that's not having some building project being built by a foundation, whether it's the Koch Foundation, the Williams Foundation, the Sasso Foundation, every college, including K-State, everyone has some building being put up by a foundation of one sort or another. It's an integral part of our future. It's an integral part of our future.
That's great.
And it needs to be a part of our college system, our
No one is accusing the foundation of not doing their job or a job. We're just asking questions regarding the transparency of what the taxpayers.
I think they've been very transparent. I get quarterly reports.
What's that? Well,
Point of order, come on.
Yeah.
Well, how about we'll bring back information to you. Yep, Linda.
I just wanted to add, would you please give us the numbers on how much money the foundation has raised towards things like the culinary center?
Sure.
Towards the stadium and so forth, and any other of those types of projects that don't go directly to, I mean, they've raised.
Yeah, I think that
Millions
maybe
of
was actually
dollars.
part of Tom's report. We'll pull that number back up and bring it back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just
it's
to
been
be
significant.
Clear on my point. I think the foundation is a good institution, but I think they should be self-sustaining. And then it's not a conflict of interest. We're not having to shuffle money. Just to spend $300,000 a year to supplement their payroll is $300,000 a year we could give just to District 2 children who don't have a building in El Dorado or a building in Andover. Our whole district doesn't benefit from the college footprint. We just have a few kids that go. And people in Augusta pay over college taxes just to have.
So that ignores the economic impact that Butler provides to the county.
Not to Augusta.
Not to.
It's the county.
Not to Butler.
We have a 42.
Doesn't benefit
There's
our district. All I'm trying to say is I think the foundation should stand on its own. Pay its own wages.
So there's not kids from Augusta getting scholarships? Your kids got scholarships.
Is it worth?
Yeah, they're from Augusta.
It's worth $1.2 million to the residents of Augusta.
Sure.
For their 15, 20 kids to come here. No, that's
Sure.
no.
There's not 15
Well,
or 20
so-
kids coming.
From Augusta, only from my town.
So we
We
will,
pay well over
Then,
$1
then
million.
do a better
to
job of
college.
recruiting for Augusta, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, let's,
No,
yeah,
just, that's not my point. My point is, when we were presented leases, they were blank, contracts were blank. See exhibit, whatever for the building we're building. Part of the board's job by law is to determine how the building's built, determine architects, determine plan, determine scope. They went around that by doing it themselves and then having us buy it later. Okay, I get what you're doing, but it's still a little, with the take it or leave it attitude, it's like, I understand. Please pay your own way. Thank you very much for everything you do, but don't ask us to pay your wages. That's all I'm trying to say.
we'll bring back information to you.
We don't have
And
the
I-
votes, we don't have the votes and driving on down the road.
I know historically, for lots of years beyond when I came, the college has helped pay portions of the salaries. I mean, it's a pretty typical model that's used nationwide. Tom presented that in his report as well, but we'll go back and look to see. I know the staffing is different now. I think there's fewer staff members in the foundation now than there were 10 years ago, if I remember correctly, but we'll bring those numbers back for you as well.
Tim, sorry. I'm also curious as to how their salaries are determined and, you know, who votes on that, how all that's figured out, and how we know why we pay for some and not all. I
Yeah.
just wonder why that structure is the way it is.
It's because it's been in place like that for a long time. That's why we pay the your staff accountant, your senior accountant, the college pays that. It's a checks and balances
Right.
piece that college is required to pay, I believe.
Right.
But the split in some of the other salaries is really based on partly on their job descriptions, but we will bring that back to you as well.
And just briefly, a lot of the positions that used to exist at the college because of performance issues, the thought was to move that to the foundation because the foundation knew how to do certain things like scholarships, for instance. Donors were complaining about scholarships not being given out, not properly managed. And so we were kind of at the will of the college because the college just had the skill sets to deal with that kind of interaction with donors and the needs and the desires of donors. So that came over to the college. And that's
Years ago.
years ago. So that's one example of that. And then we have programs that we manage for the college, but there's also a dual role that person plays with the foundation. And that's how that breakup happens, but we'll give you the details on that.
Could we see maybe the other 18 community colleges and how they pay?
Well, we can sort some of that out. We actually have had lots of questions. Tom has provided, guidance. It's just like athletics. It's all over the board.
Yeah.
It just depends on the institution. It depends on their funding. A lot of the foundations and the community colleges across the state are not as robust or as old, if you want to use that term, as Butlers. They're not as comprehensive. They don't have the endowments that we do. And so it really is based on the individual colleges. So I'm not sure that will give you information that you want for comparison. I think what's more important is that we're comparing to national standards kind of across the nation in how salaries maybe are split out or, the reasoning behind. I mean, and we benchmark against national stuff all the time. They benchmark against the Association of fundraising professionals, and we benchmark in marketing, and we benchmark all the time against standards, and they are important for us to look at.
Maybe
tell
a
us-
few local colleges would be good, like Johnson and Hutchinson.
Well, Johnson's not, my guess is Johnson's endowment is more like a four-year school than. it is
They're like a 4-year institution.
Well, I'd still.
We'll bring back some information for you.
I want to just mention one thing, and Shelby and we disagreed on this before, and
Shelley has.
I don't appreciate the comment that suggests the foundation was doing something nefarious or there's some intention to circumvent the board in how the culinary building played out. They had an opportunity with an incredibly generous donor to work on a project. They presented us the information. We had every right as a board to say no. We didn't have to move. We didn't have to buy the building. There was no arm twisting involved. Now, it made absolutely zero financial sense to not say no. But to suggest that they somehow twisted our arm into doing something that we didn't want to do was just flat out wrong. Some may not have agreed with it, but the board as a whole had full opportunity to discuss that and decide what to do.
You were a board majority.
I'm not saying what they did was incorrect. I'm just saying the manner in which it was done. At us, they have a donor, so they do everything the donor requires of them. We don't like it. Then
We
we
could
take
have
it
said
or
no.
leave it.
We could have
And
said
when we
no.
ask you for a contract, that should be provided. It could easily be provided. It was chosen not to. We were numbed, and those were thumbed at us. I don't appreciate that. And if that's how you want to treat the board, I think you should pay your own wages.
Yeah.
And that's my, and then saying like, back in the day, last, November possibly, like, what about, are we gonna get a sign that actually says Butler? Oh, that was an oversight. Is that an
Well-
oversight or is that the donor not wanting Butler on the name?
No, it wasn't that at all. It was an afterthought. When we all talked about the fact that, gosh, Kellogg, we need some signage on Kellogg. We do. It was, it was just one of those things that happened after the building's up and we look at it. We've got the monument sign, we've got the digital electronic sign. And that happens lots of times that after you get those things done, it's like, you know what? We need to do something else. And so you helped us take that additional step. We had some glitches along the way with, the sign company that I emailed to you, but we're going to get that solved. And you've seen the potential design. It's going to be a big Butler logo and say Butler Community College on the north side of that building. So it's going to be effective, but that was a conversation that we had after that building was open. It wasn't an oversight on Hutton's part or anybody else's part. It was one of those things after that project was up and the building was open. It's like, you know what, we need more visibility and we're moving towards getting that done.
Yeah, just wanted to address something trustee Baumgartner had asked about how salaries are determined and those type of things. So the salaries or the jobs, I would say, that are in the foundation are put through the same rigors as our classification system here with our compensation.
Okay.
So we market those jobs, see what they're doing in other areas, so they're comparable to what these positions are. They're classified into our compensation system, and then they're put into a salary grade.
Okay.
So then when somebody new starts, then I look at their experience and those type of things and classify them or put them into that salary grade according to their expertise. So they're treated the same as how basically we hire and assess salaries.
So do they get the same
moving
raises that you guys do as far as
they
when
do.
there's
They
contract
do.
negotiations? Are they included in those negotiations?
That's
as well?
correct.
No, just the professional employees are part of
Oh,
the.
just the professional employees are part of that, but any
Okay.
raise that's given to staff would
Okay.
be applicable to them as well.
Okay. Total side note on different, you had mentioned Kellogg and it just made me think. I don't know if it will be a thing or not, but I don't know if you're aware of the highway expansion that's going on in Andover. Has the college been contacted with regard to any kind of acquisition or temporary easements or anything?
No, that's still a ways out.
Yeah.
Well, we can find out more about that.
I'm on a panel right now where they're taking the days in basically. So they're working on the west side of that intersection. So it's coming this way. They'll basically have that whole intersection looking like Kellogg does in Wichita over the next 5 years. But if the college is contacted, if you let me be in on those conversations, I'd appreciate it just because that's a lot of what I do and might be surprised what you could get from that. All right.
Are they gonna do a over under deal like they did the rest?
I've been told that Andover Road is gonna stay at grade and Kellogg is gonna go under it. With flood zone, I don't know how in the world that's gonna happen. I'm like, maybe the city guy misspoke and it's supposed to go over. But yeah, like Applebee's, Billy Sims Barbecue, all those businesses will be gone. The days in behind that is what the panel's working on right now. That's gonna be gone. They're reconfiguring that whole intersection, yeah. And it usually bleeds over into even established areas like where the culinary school is, they've got to take 10 or 15 feet, which on the surface doesn't seem like much, but if they shut down roads and get temporary accesses, you can get compensated for that. And a lot of landowners don't know that. They just think they have to do whatever KDOT says and, oh, this is coming, don't have a choice. And that's not the case. So.
Okay. We'll move on. The next item on discussion is the Council Grove site. I think the kind of the same premise.
As McConnell
Yeah,
said.
it is.
What information do we need to?
I just mentioned a year ago, if we're gonna go out of county to another town, I don't want to pay rent, I don't want to pay utilities, I would like a location provided to us by that locality. We're happy to come teach if you provide that. I don't think we can pay $18,000 a year in leases or whatever it is, plus utilities, but I think that's what it was. So I would like somebody, I mean, I can't ask as one board member, but I would like the board to direct you guys as a whole, like, hey, Council Grove, you don't want to provide us a facility, we're not going to come teach. We're happy to continue as long as you pay part of our, pay our way to be there. We're still paying teachers and overhead and all that to be there. I just don't think we should also have to lease a building there to teach out of county.
Who's our landlord
Well,
there?
His last name's Hemi. We have a 3-year lease that expires, I think, in 2025 that we signed a year ago. But again, we can bring back those
Bless you.
details. I know that Heather and Amy have had some continuing conversations with the school district. I think there's a new superintendent up there now. And so we'll try and bring back some information. We can also bring back some information on, like with McConnell, revenues and expenditures and those kinds of things too. Besides the discussion about the lease. So
That county
Linda?
is in our service area, isn't it?
it's in our service area. It's one of our designated, K-Board designated counties.
Is any part of that school district involved?
No, no. Our location is close to where the school is.
And the schools all,
No,
their
it's
districts all over the county.
Council Grove is in one of the counties that's part of our K-Board designated service area.
But it does lead out, there's school districts there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The school district boundaries.
Yes.
No. Don't bleed into Butler County at all. Other questions about or information for Council Grove?
I'm not trying to just be a jerk, but I'm just, the point of me bringing this up, if I brought it up for years now, it's like we're continuing to decline while expanding and expenses going up. At some point, we've got to make some decisions to turn some things around. Maybe stop teaching at a couple places or do a couple programs less, but at this rate, it's just increase while declining enrollment. I would like to slow down before it's too late. I'm not sure it's not, but
I would tell, so we keep trying to talk at the same time. You go first this time.
I'd like to know what the rent has been for maybe the last 15 years. Has it gone up?
And how does it compare to other spaces in Council Grove, or is it more similar to what's in Wichita? You guys may not be able to answer that, but I'd be curious to know how many counties are in our service area
There are
and
five.
why Council Grove? Like that seems so
It's,
random.
no,
me, but
it's, we have Butler, Marion, Morris, Greenwood, and Council Grove. So they're all right around Butler County. It's a K-Board designated service area that's been in place for years and years and years. All of the community colleges have service areas with designated counties. The technical colleges have service areas.
Mhm.
The universities have service areas, but it's been that 5-county service area for us since K-Board designated that. I'd have to go back and look and see when that statute even, when that designation even happened, but forever years ago.
Could you name those again, please?
Butler, Marion, Morris, Greenwood,
In Elk County.
and Chase. Sorry,
Chase.
Chase. I said Council Grove, but I meant Chase.
And when did we stop teaching in Greenwood County?
Greenwood's,
We haven't.
You still teach there?
We still
Yeah.
serve Eureka, Flint Hills.
So
Well,
we don't have a
Flint Hills is
building.
Butler County,
Yeah.
but Madison, Hamilton, we still serve those high
we're
schools.
do concurrent classes in the high schools.
I think to Shelby's point that hearing over and over again, it's always been this way. We've done this for years. That does kind of ring alarm bells to me when things are declining the way they are, not just at Butler, but statewide. That I think there's a lot of institutions that are having to reevaluate what they've quote unquote always done.
Mhm.
So I think that's part of what he's getting
how
at.
about
I think the
county fee?
Well, we do. They chart, they pay more money. They pay, I think we'll have to do some research, but I think Butler may now with our tuition and fees be the highest with out district tuition. If not, we're the second highest in that differential between in county and out of county.
Largest.
That's not
The-
high school,
What?
non-high school, right?
No, the high school students pay out.
They pay,
district tuition
they pay
too.
out of county.
The I think it's also important to remember that in your conversations about enrollment, one of the big pushes that's coming from KBOR now is to create more and more opportunities for high school students to take classes concurrently and to finish high school with more concurrent hours. So when you talk about walking away from our counties in the service area, a lot of that enrollment that we serve is high school enrollment. And so if we walk away from those sites, we're walking away from a KBOR initiative that's going to be pushed harder and harder because they want those students to have access and they want them to come on to, colleges or universities with more credit hours that they earn in high school. So they're setting additional new standards. They're expecting the colleges to step up. The universities typically don't do concurrent enrollment. It's the community and the technical colleges because that's part of our mission. So it's important that we serve those high schools and that we serve those students. And it's a big portion of our enrollment. Our high school enrollment has shown increases when you look at high school enrollment. So we're going to continue to serve them and work with those school districts because we need to. It's an expectation.
I think it's important to note too, that the reason we lease space in Council Grove is because the high school has nearly outgrown their building. There is no space for us there. So that's, and we're having conversations like Dr. Kroll said, but I'm glad you mentioned that high school enrollment has seen growth because I think it's important to note the pockets of growth that we have had despite an overall enrollment decline, because there are some areas that have seen some growth.
So do those high school kids all go to the other facility in Council Grove and they don't do the concurrent stuff in the high school itself? They all.
Right.
Go
For the
to
class,
the-
if they don't have a teacher in the high school building that can teach it, they will walk across like it's right by the high school. They'll just walk and take
Right.
classes.
And as far as KBOR like dictating that, is that something that's ever going to impact our funding or whatever if we're not growing in that? Because I don't know what their thought process is with that. Maybe you do, but I, as a parent, think it's completely ridiculous. I'd like my kid to enjoy high school and be a high school student. And my daughter took some concurrent classes, but I wanted her to do high school and then college, but that's just me.
There's KBOR conversation, along with legislative conversation that they want one of their strategic goals is they want every high school senior to graduate high school with at least 9 credit hours of college credit. There will be potentially funding that comes through the K-12 budgets that will help offset that. We don't know those details yet, but they're talking about setting enrollment standards and testing standards and expectations for, the classes and stuff. And I think that KBOR believes, probably some of the folks that are really working on this believe that this will help close that preparedness gap that we see right now with high school students sometimes graduating that aren't at reading level and that aren't math level, that if they move some of those college opportunities down to the high school level, that it will start to change some of that. But our enrollment, the university's enrollment doesn't have anything to do with their funding. They get a block grant of money that they can spend however they want. The community and technical colleges funding formula is extremely complicated, but there's an enrollment piece in that funding formula. So that high school enrollment is critical to us because that's part of the state funding that we get. So.
And also, I think it kind of goes from an initiative too, because in career and technical education, they are now moving these introductory classes that 9th graders used to take into the 8th grade environment.
Sure.
And they want them to take that 8th grade environment, take it in the 8th grade so that then by the time they graduate as seniors, they are completers
Yeah.
of their program, of their vocational programs. So teachers in El Dorado are going down to the middle school to teach programs and teach classes that I remember teaching at a 9th grade level, 10th grade level. And it's just not offered there anymore.
Okay, let me jump in real quick then. If you don't mind. I see there's a big shindig in Andover called Grizzly Go on Saturday, the 22nd. Now, I know that that is for Andover and you are trying to encourage high school kids to enroll in those.
It's for anybody.
Okay,
It's an enrollment event for anybody. Anybody can come
but
to it.
it's being advertised to the seniors,
I'm
right?
not
Or
in charge of
to
that, so I don't know. I
the
think it
dual
is for
credit
seniors,
Potential.
probably.
Classroom. people.
Probably, yeah.
Do you go through the superintendent on that and he announces it? I'm trying to figure out how I can grow Rose Hill and how we can have similar events.
I think
for
it's,
every high school,
I think
not
it's
just me.
marketed, I think it's marketed widely. I think the high school counselors know about it. My guess would be, I don't know that the superintendents necessarily do, but the high school counselors.
counselor.
Well, nobody's there. The buildings are closed. The counselors are who we work with. So our directors work directly with the counselors. They're familiar with, our process, what events we have going on. If an event comes up in the summer, though, that's not going to be sent to counselors because they're not working. So, however, our directors are still actively enrolling students. They're working all summer long. They're reaching out to students, but all of our dual credit enrollment takes place in the spring before they ever leave for summer break.
Okay, so it's possible.
So we are promoting for fall in like February, March, April, enrollment in May. And then we finalize any enrollment, any student that comes in and wants to take classes, if they have the permission of their high school through that high school enrollment, the high school release form, we will work with them and enroll them in the classes and let them know what's offered in their building.
Can I get some numbers on Rose Hill?
Enrollment
You said
numbers
they
for
were
fall?
Already enrolled for fall last spring, so.
Right, I could give you an update on the enrollment.
Because I was so disappointed that we only had 3 graduate with the 2-year this time.
I was disappointed enough to grade it too.
Sheldon,
Could I clarify then? So you're talking about earning a degree. Are you wanting enrollment for the early college academy? Or are you wanting enrollment for
For any dual credit classes for Rose Hill starting in fall?
including the academy as well?
Any of them.
Okay.
Yeah, and a separation between the academy and even whatever else you want to call it. And also, when is the last date? We do have a new superintendent that is really going to be pushing those classes. So I need to make sure that he stays informed as to how many we already have enrolled and when we might have somebody come down from the college to encourage even late fall. Or do you have any? Is it possible to enroll for fall classes now?
Absolutely.
So when's the cutoff for fall?
We usually cut off after that first meeting time at a face-to-face class.
Oh, well, that's good. Okay, right. So he's got some time.
Shelby, you have a comment?
Just, I guess to clarify what I was talking about, Council Grove, my opinion is like, city of Augusta, we pay, say, $1 million in taxes. When we have some dual credit classes in our high school. Okay, Council Grove does not pay any property taxes and yet has a building that we provide dual credit classes. So that's why I'm saying, hey, how about Council Grove and pay our utilities? Something to where we have some skin, they have some skin in the game for us to be there. That's the point of bringing it up. Also, I thought somebody told me about cable or sports and some universities to cut certain classes.
KBOR is going to go through an evaluation process, a program evaluation process over time with each of the universities. And in the process of that, probably, eliminate some physical footprint. But I can tell you that if any of you have been on any of the university campuses in, the last 10 years, more than that, they're building new buildings like crazy. So the physical footprint that they're going to get rid of are the older buildings that are less used or out of date or something like that. So it'll be interesting to see how they reduce their physical footprint, but they'll go through a pretty lengthy process of academic program review and but at the last board meeting, we also made a commitment that this fall we would go through a process on campus and look at building utilization and deferred maintenance and all of those kinds of things. So we had that information and classroom utilization and stuff. So we have that information, you know, early in the spring as we start to talk about insurance renewals and all of those kinds of things. So, yeah, KBOR's, you know, KBOR's using kind of a, I think I don't want to say a canned process, but a process that's been used in other states, I think, a format that's been used in other states. And so, but that won't impact the two-year institutions because they just coordinate us. They don't govern us, but it'll be, I think it'll probably take them a couple of years or at least a full year before they really get through that whole academic program review. I talked to Blake about it though, too. So.
We'll move on to our last discussion item is the questions that were raised about the advertising budget and is how it has been or is being spent.
I know Kelly presented a couple of months ago, pretty detailed overview of marketing and what they do. And you know, so again, I guess I need a little bit more feedback on what information you want.
I was just curious, last middle of the year, you guys approved $420,000 of additional, was $350,000 additional plus $70,000 for someone. When Julie asked in December, it was like, well, we don't have a plan yet. I've asked, you know, have you addressed the Hispanic community who's actually growing in this area? I'll know. What results have we had from $420,000 being spent? Or has it been spent? Is it still around?
Well, I think that's part of what Kelly presented to you in her.
I want to know. I didn't hear how it was spent, what dollars were spent, where have we generated revenue? Are we still talking technology funnel? I think chasing individual students is not going to work now versus having a location that have students chase you like, hey, they're the best. To me, I think we're going in the wrong direction. I just want to know how that was spent and what the results were.
I don't know.
We can bring back some more detail.
I see all types of Butler advertising on Instagram, on Facebook, on all the different social media, Snapchat. There's, you know, I'm not going to question. To me, we look at the overview. I don't need to know the details. You know, I know that they are advertising to kids because I have kids that come and talk to me about it when I was in the high school all the time.
But you
and you know,
we have an advertising budget. You approve an additional $420,000 and you don't want to know anything about how it goes.
I want to know, you know, I want it to hopefully increase our students. I'm kind of concerned because all I've heard about is y'all want to cut the amount of students, but yet you're worried about attendance and about academic hours. I want to do the most. How can we serve the most people and serve them in a positive light? Everybody over there is directing their instructors in the right way. I guarantee you, with the shortage of teachers, there's a shortage of teachers on college campuses. You're not seeing any college campus with a whole bunch of extra professors that are teaching classes that aren't full, especially probably in any of the community colleges. And I'm not going to speak to the Emporia States, the K-States and whatnot, because you're going to have programs that are graduate programs that aren't going to have that many students, because by the time you get to your junior, senior level, you're into cohorts that may be 20, 50, 100. You're not into a lot of big cohorts because they bring it on a more personal level. But man, you know, everything that I've heard about tonight is how can we cut students? And I understand the expenses part of it, but sometimes you have to spend money to make money.
I have never heard anybody in the last 30 minutes or so say anything about cutting.
You said Council Grove, McConnell.
No one said anything about cutting students.
Yeah, you were. You were saying, well, we need to.
Facilities.
Well, isn't closing facilities cutting students?
Which is why I asked, which classes do we have online?
I just don't understand it. I just don't understand where you're coming from.
Dave, be honest with you. We've gone from 186,000 credit hours to 132,000 credit hours in 10 years. That needs to turn around. We need more freaking credit hours.
But we're not going to get back to 186. We'll never get back to that number.
We've never a single.
Let's don't go
semester-
out of,
We don't want to turn.
we don't have that many high school graduates.
You're telling me every teacher that teaches has a full class in our college is not, that's not true.
I would venture to guess that they're probably teaching pretty full classes.
Okay,
let's
So
move-
we'll bring back.
let's move on.
I do have a message from, I ran into Tia Ton this week and she said she really has appreciated Kelly and the work that she's done and helped to organize the department board.
Yes,
And
thank you
the
for that.
charcuterie. Is that how you pronounce that?
Charcuterie.
Charcuterie.
Thank you.
So
So
Well,
do we-
we'll bring back,
Keep
Kelly and
going,
I
Kelly.
can sit down with Tom. We can bring back some additional detail. Try and give you a
For
little bit more.
instance, this is how many more students we generated for $420,000,
Well, I think.
$10,000 per student or?
Okay, so here's the deal. The enrollment isn't just marketing's responsibility. Enrollment is comprehensive, it's college-wide. So marketing can get their ads out, they can do the PR, they can help promote. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to generate a one-for-one enrollment. Kelly spent some time showing you how many hits there had been on the website, how many hits there'd been, through Facebook and social media. Those are all indicative of increased traffic and increased response for the money that's being spent. We aren't going to be able to come back and say to you for $400,000, we generated this amount of enrollment because it's not a one-for-one. Enrollment has to do with advising. It has to do with, admissions. It has to do with face-to-face conversations through the high school counselors, all of those kinds of things. So don't put the enrollment piece just on marketing and the amount of money that they're spending.
For a return on my investment, was it worth $420,000 for what we did? Was that a good investment or not? Should we do it again or not? That's
So,
fairly
Yeah.
simple.
So I think the other question is, if we didn't invest $400,000, where would we have been? Right?
well, I think
Except we've
another,
gone down 10 years in a row without spending an additional.
Maybe we would be worse off if we hadn't spent that money.
You can't play the maybe game. You
Well,
spent the money,
That's what
it-
you're doing.
No, I'm playing the show me what you did game.
We'll bring back some additional
Show me is the
information.
maybe.
But the reverse inference is that we could have done something different and done better, which is the
Maybe we
maybe.
could have $420,000 in our bank account.
if I could just mention one little thing here, I know we revisited this in the past and I understand that it's difficult to do, but one thing that might be helpful to Shelby is if when we enroll a student, we need to know by site, okay? What kind of resources are they going to take? Because when you have that much detail in place, then it's really easy to see what you're going to have to go, what's going to have to go away if the enrollment for that site or that program or whatever diminishes or increases. You're either going to have to increase the resources or diminish them. Do you understand?
Well, I think that's what we're doing all the time, is looking at
Well,
classroom utilization and enrollment and cohorts and all of those kinds of things. I mean, those are conversations that are happening all the time.
When the college takes in like someone that's interested in the school, if they call in or if they fill out an online form, is there ever just a box to check that says, how did you hear about us? Whether it's social media, word
I
of
don't know,
mouth,
Jessica,
my
I think so.
counselor.
I think there is.
Because I think
But-
that would help maybe answer some of Shelby's questions if there is that kind of data, and if we've seen an uptick in social media where that's where we've been putting our marketing efforts. It's not, we don't need an exact science. It's just a general notion of, hey, this seems to be helping.
or working.
Yeah.
Yes, Linda?
Could we just see last year's expenses compared to the year before expenses, so we can see where the extra money's been spent? Then we can talk about, and I've always said this, I want the staff, I've said this when I was in charge of staff, but I want staff to be able to come and say, okay, we decided to spend X on new signage or more signage or whatever. After the fact, we decided it was a good idea or it wasn't. I mean, you always kind of have that sense.
Sure.
I mean, you run an ad, you've always got things in your ad that say, you know, go here, you can count your numbers that way, all those different things. And so let's just see what did we increase 1 year over the other? How do, not us, it's not our opinion, but what does it tell us? I mean, and what did it tell your department about? Did that work or didn't it work?
I can
Or
tell
so
you,
we would do more of that, or next year we're gonna switch a little dollars here and do more of this. It's not an exact science. You throw it out there, you get, you know, you have to.
I can tell you that some of those switches happen weekly.
Yeah.
Or monthly. Kelly constantly and her team are looking at those kinds of things and looking to see where they need to shift dollars, or maybe there's something that comes in that hasn't been planned. That's a great initiative or a great opportunity to get the Butler name out there. And so they'll pull dollars from one area that they had committed or thought that they would commit and shift it to someplace else. So it happens constantly throughout the year. They're the experts. They're the marketing experts. And they have lots of experience and they have lots of knowledge and they understand the market. So I think that that's something that we can do. We can bring back that information.
Yeah, we can show where we bumped different parts of the budget up and how that looked. And yeah, I've got some questions right now. I'm going, and that's literally what I write down. As we look at numbers and it increases as much as I wanted it to, or that sort of thing. But we can bring back the impressions and the clicks and the traffic we're driving.
You know, I think it behooves us to value your expertise on that, rather than us just take some numbers and say, well, we didn't agree with that. I don't want that. I want you to feel like you can come and tell us, okay, we did this, wouldn't do that again, but boy, this really worked. And you don't have to tell us details, but if there's an increase, a lot of increase in one sector, tell us why and why you did it. And how you feel about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Move on. We've got our action items. First one is the notice of intent to exceed the revenue neutral rate. We think we all know what this means, but Ken, I'll turn it over to you. Just give us the recap.
Sure. On page 48 is our recommendation. Basically, this would set the maximum amount of taxes to be levied at 12,928,138, which is the amount of taxes that the college has levied for the past 3 years. And it would set the date and time for the public hearing. So we would ask your consideration on this.
Would entertain a motion to approve that recommendation, which is at the bottom of page 48 of the board book.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board approve the notice of revenue neutral rate intent as presented to exceed the revenue neutral rate with the proposal rate of 12.606 mils and proposed tax to be levied in the amount of $12,928,138, with the revenue neutral rate hearing to be held in the Hubbard Welcome Center in El Dorado on September 12th, 2023. Or is it still September 12th?
Yeah.
It should be 2023.
Okay, 2023 at 4:30 PM.
I second.
Okay. Discussion. And I guess just for clarity, and I think those that have been watching this, we're voting to exceed the revenue neutral rate, but it is we are budgeting for the same amount of tax revenue as what we took last year. So we're not intending to take any more dollars in taxes than what we received last year. That's correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I have 2 questions. Kent, are you still estimating approximately 21 million encumbered funds left over into this fiscal year or June 30?
That's probably in the ballpark. I'd have to,
Out of the $85 million spending authority that we have.
Yeah, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about expenditure authority and you're talking about unencumbered cash. I would assume it'll be close to that.
Okay, so what is the value of the dollars that we need to do all this paperwork? I think we discussed it after the meeting.
I'm not sure what your question is.
How much is this worth raising, I understand we're raising it so that we can keep the dollar amounts the same. But how much is that really in dollars? What's that real dollar number that we're asking to raise the revenue neutral rate for to encompass so that we can meet the same exact dollars?
The revenue neutral rate is a mill levy rate,
Right, I understand.
right? So the difference between the 12.606 that I've calculated we need in order to get the same amount of taxes as last year, and the 12.431, I think it is, that the county has said is a revenue neutral rate, it would make a difference of approximately $179,000 in taxes.
That's the 0.16 whatever times a billion, pretty much.
Pardon me?
That's the difference of the two rates is it's like 0.16 times the valuation, county valuation of $1 billion.
Yep.
So that's 160 grand.
100, it's about 180.
Would the college still have the right to change this mill levy and the amount that we assess up until we actually have the hearing? So
Yes,
just
this
because
sets
you
the
say here that you don't intend to, you would still have the right to.
yes, this sets the maximum. You can lower it.
We couldn't go higher than what we're setting. but
The
we could go
12.
Lower.
The 12.606, you couldn't go higher than that.
Yeah,
If we left it,
Higher than the dollar amount. For my- for the-
right, but if we left the mills at the 12.4, then the college would have to do with $100 and some odd $1,000 less than what they did last year.
Right.
But it would leave the taxpayer alone at the 12.431.
And would not require.
Correct.
if the valuation changes, and we don't control that, the
Right.
valuation could change, could change the mill levy. So it could actually go higher than this 12.606, but it's the amount of taxes that we're saying that we're going to levy is a constant.
Right. But if we stuck with the mill levy we have now, the amount of taxes a college would levy would drop a little bit.
That's correct.
And then homeowners would have the same mill levy for their property tax as they did last year from the college.
No, the mill levy last year was 13.8.
So it's going to jump.
It's listed here, so
It's gonna drop.
13.855. So
Oh, okay. It's gonna
we're
drop.
intending for it to go down by about 1.2 mils.
Okay.
Total dollars you pay would be the same.
The same.
I'm gonna do what I've done every year, next time or whenever it is, I'll vote to cut the taxes a couple $100 grand. Which will eliminate the need for approving this. I'm gonna vote against this. But it's neither here nor there.
Right.
I don't expect my vote to matter either way. I'll need that. But I think we all find the end.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion or do we? We can go to.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
No.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
No,
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
No.
Okay.
I
That
would like to
passes.
know how much it costs.
4-3.
To do this entire analysis. What it costs. And I don't think we have a cost savings rate or anything. Much
Talking
it
about
costs to
mailing
put
out
on this big.
notices.
To put on what?
Well, I just,
To have the public hearing, you mean?
everything
And
that we have to do to change it, I just think I don't think it was worth 170. It's okay, we voted and respect that, so.
I will move on to
I'm
the
not
next.
sure I understand that, but
So the next action item is on page 51 of the board book. It relates to approving the health and dental insurance renewals for next year. Also talked about this one at length in prior sessions. Shelley, anything to add?
Now, this is what we brought forward to you in the work session on June 26th and kind of explained the renewal platform. The way that they came to these numbers, Blue Cross Blue Shield has been our carrier for our first year of self-funding. And that we would hope to be able to stay with them through the second year.
Entertain a motion to approve the recommended action of continuing with Blue Cross Blue Shield and Delta Dental as set forth on page 51.
I move that the board approve the health insurance medical plans provided through Blue Cross Blue Shield of Kansas and the Delta Dental Insurance coverages for the new plan year. The reserves are currently budgeted to maintain approximately 1.5 million, providing coverage of 3 months of expected claim costs and additional reserve should claim costs increase in the year.
Second.
Any discussion tonight on this? Hearing
Trustee
none.
Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 7-0. We'll move on to the compensation increases for staff and part-time faculty. It's on page 52 of the board book. Would entertain a motion to approve those as recommended.
I'll do it again. I move the board recommends approval of salary and health insurance increases for staff employees and part-time faculty for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024 as presented.
I'll second.
I'm going to amend the motion, but I don't know if we want to talk about this first or just everybody can get mad at me right away.
I'm not going to allow the motion to be amended.
Well,
Can't stop me.
well, you have to.
You gotta let
There
him
is a-
have discussion.
There is a process.
Just
Yeah,
to clarify,
there is
we
a
keep-
process.
we Keep saying call the question. You call the question, it ends debate. You have to have a 2/3 majority to do that procedurally. So we can say, hey, let's take a vote. But if you ever say, I want to call the question, okay, do we have 2/3 of us to agree? That ends debate. So we can quit saying call the question and just say, hey, we're ready to vote. Let's drive on, because I think we get lost in the weeds on saying call the question.
Okay, so what we've got here is what's been recommended.
Motion in a second.
So 6% salary increases and for staff and for part-time faculty, and then the health insurance contribution rates going up as set forth in the table on the board book for each of the 3 categories. Any,
You want to amend that, right?
well, do we, before we get to the motion to amend, do we have any discussion about the substance of this?
I had a question on the healthcare. Is 100% of the increase being covered by the college? With
No.
not the 87%, the 13% is increasing with the
Well, yes, there's an offset increase
Right.
to maintain the 8713.
employees or people who use it
And
are
so
still
the employees
some.
will bear a portion of that increase, as will the college.
So what's the college's portion of that increase?
College's portion is about 900,000, 42,000,
I did the math. The college
and
is
then
paying
there's about
20
205,000 that will be
paying
absorbed by the
20%
employee.
increase.
205,000 that will be taken up by the employee.
And, I know Shelley told you this in the work session, that 87-13 split is when you look at everything overall. If you look at individual people and their individual plans, that split may be different, but when you add everything up together and look at it, it's an 87-13
Yeah.
split.
Typically, our family plan is more like 22% is paid by the employee, with the remainder paid by the
I
college.
did
So
some math and it was like 19.5, 19.2, and 21.8 increase on our end. So I mean, there's a little bit of differences between single family.
sure, yeah, correct.
So the takeaway is that there's a decent increase. The college is absorbing the majority of that. The employees are accepting some, and their overall coverage is similar to what they've had with the same company.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just gonna make my motion. I move to amend the motion to state that the 5 vice presidents on page 40 of the employee handbook that report directly to the president shall receive a 3% salary increase. I want the recommended salary increase for full-time operational support. I want that to include everyone, except I would like to separate out the vice presidents that help to run this facility and only a 3% raise. I don't feel this place is running in the right direction. I think there need to be stronger voices seeking other outside opinions, or at least not just continue to do like we've been doing. I think just that, for instance, earlier, hey, none of us thought to put a Butler sign on a piece of property on Kellogg. None of us thought of it. Okay, I don't think that's good. I still want to give a 3% rate. I think 6% is exorbitant. I looked through Butler here in 2015, 1% salary, 2016, 2, 2017, 1.5, 2018, 3, 2019, 2, 2020, 2.5. 2021 was funky COVID, 0, but we caught it up the following year with 5 to make up for the 2.5 that we didn't. Now, all of a sudden, we're just at 6, plus, millions of dollars in increase in healthcare. I think the teachers and all the janitorial staff, all those kind of people, 6%, cool. I think that's high for where we are right now. But I would just like to single out the vice presidents at 3, which has been what it's been traditionally. And that's my vote.
I'll second that.
So to be
Appreciate
clear, it's everyone gets 6% and then the administrative people, which is 5.
The 5 people on,
Would get
the 5
3%.
people on that make over 600 grand between the 5 of them.
Well, I'm going to defend, if it's discussion time, I'm going to defend the administrators
But the
and the
board
work.
is supposed to
I'm
decide.
sorry, I'm talking right now.
Julie, stop.
You can decide, but I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm going to defend the administrators and the work that they do. If you want to be mad about production value and all of that sort of stuff, try and penalize me. But these vice presidents work more than 40 hours a week, every single week. They are out there doing things above and beyond. They don't get overtime. They don't get credit for all of the extra work that they do. And I think to section them out and not reward them for their experience and their strategy and the hard work that they're doing, you make it sound like they're not working hard enough because our enrollment's not growing. We're doing everything we can to change and to do things in the right way and to pivot and to address the issues across the state. And I think it's demoralizing and discouraging for these people to sit in this room and have you talk about the fact that they aren't of value for the work that they do. I can tell you right now that most of the folks and the vice president sitting in this room could go get jobs at other places, private sector, other institutions, and get paid more than what they're being paid here. So I would appreciate them being rewarded at the same level that we're rewarding our grounds people and our faculty. Our faculty work a 35-hour week, a 9-month contract. My administrators work more than a 40-hour week every single week, and they're here 12 months out of the year. I think it sends a signal to the college-wide that if the board supports that this board doesn't support that work that they do and the experience that they have and the commitment of, first of all, that they have to our students every single day. These people show up on campus and they understand our mission, and our mission is to change students' lives. So that's all I'm going to say. If you want to penalize somebody or try to penalize me, but don't penalize the vice presidents. Please.
I guess I am penalizing. But I'm
Yes, you are.
3%.
Yes, you are penalizing them if you don't give them a raise that they deserve.
Julie,
You can't just put me over a barrel. I demand 6% raises for everyone. Just because I'm looking at the Kansas statistics on cable. Our college in 2017, our head count in fall was 8,900. We dropped to 6,700, which is a 25% decrease. No one wants responsibility. Wichita State University, WSU Tech, they went from 4,267 to 5,021. They had a 17% increase. I know they're growing slowly, but they're now within 1,700 kids of us. We're not doing anything to change trajectory. I'm simply saying, I don't like how this place is running. We can't do anything to affect you because you have 4 friends or handpicked people on the board that will vote.
And pick people on the board.
You mentioned you were requested by 2 people to run.
I was asked by 2 people to run. They didn't hand pick me.
You were
And who
requested to run.
handpicked you?
No one handpicked me. I volunteered.
Christy Williams.
She did not.
Christy Williams
She did not.
recruited
That's a
you.
lie.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not.
Well,
That's the,
anyway,
any other.
please
commentary?
support the vice presidents for the work that they do.
I would just like to say, I think we should value all employees equally. I appreciate what everyone is trying to do. The 5 people you're talking about sit in this room and take grief from us month after month. We don't encourage them like we should. We don't always act professional. And I will not vote for your motion.
Understand. We have people that also behind the scenes won't stand up for what's right, that could turn the institution around because they're uncomfortable to be courageous. I don't think they need to be rewarded. We have groundskeepers making $11 an hour and other people making $140,000+ a year with capers. That's not treating these two people equally. That's like, hey, I mean, those people need serious raise.
Does your drywall installer make the same thing you do? Yeah, one of your new guys that's a laborer, do they make the
But I
same
don't
money?
get a
you do?
6% raise the next year just because I asked.
Well, you're an owner, so your
I
raise is
don't-
based on
I
your
don't
business.
get
It's different.
Healthcare insurance and covered. An extra $1 million worth of healthcare coverage just because I want.
You've admitted you raise your rates because
Yeah.
things are more expensive. How do you think we are going to continually live on the same dollar? How do our employees, why do you expect them to not, you have the opportunity to impact that. They don't. They're dependent on us to see and do the best that we can. We can't give them everything they want, but we're trying our best and I want everyone to be treated the same.
I understand. I just disagree and I'm from a performance-based business and I don't think the things are heading in the right direction. And this is my way of saying, hey, I'm serious about what I'm saying. For instance, last year I said, let's have 2 separate votes on it. Just executive staff and everyone else, because I think executive staff should have to have earn their way. And what do you mean, a meritocracy? Exactly. Let's. Anyway, we have.
Any other comments?
Second.
Would you repeat the motion, Mr. Chairman?
So the motion is to amend the motion. The pending motion is just to amend the motion on the floor, which would be, the effect of that motion would be to carve out the compensation increase. It would be 6% for non-represented staff and 3% for the 5 vice presidents that Shelby proposes to carve out.
And so those 5 vice presidents would be Tom Neville, Bill Rinkenbaugh, Kent Williams, Tom Borrego, and Bill Young, sorry, Bill Young, forgot you. So those would be the 5 vice presidents that would get a 3% raise.
We have zero basis to target those 5 individuals. You can talk about declining enrollment and you throw those numbers out for every time this comes up, you throw that out. We have zero basis. I mean, that's attacking Dr. Kroll in a way that you can't go after her directly. So you're going to make a point by going after her direct reports. That's wrong. I'm not going to vote on it because I think there's a potential that it might be viewed as a conflict, but I don't support it.
And there isn't a single one of the vice presidents, when I go through the evaluations for the vice presidents and the associate VPs that report to me, there isn't a single one of them that has been evaluated at less than meeting expectations. They're meeting their goals. They're working hard. We're setting additional new goals. So no one is underperforming.
Julie, do you have a comment?
I just would like to hear from the board members on this subject.
I'm not voting for it.
Well, that's fine, but I'd like to hear what you guys, Linda's contributed.
We have.
And are there any?
Mary, do you have
I understand
anything
super
else to say on
contentious, but
this?
I'm still.
You know,
Just asking. I mean, I'm just asking.
this is so detrimental to them.
Well, we could always just not vote for it at all
Well, I think they deserve it.
for now.
No,
So-
I think they deserve it.
If we're saying it's detrimental, can we attach some numbers to this? I mean, my assumption, and it's just an assumption, I don't know the numbers, is that these 5 people, I would assume, probably make double what an instructor would make, probably triple,
Necessarily.
not necessarily. So how many,
Pages, but I'd rather not say it.
Well,
I don't think that matters.
It's public.
but it does when you're talking about,
Teacher's gonna get 4,000.
We have faculty making six figures.
You have faculty that are making more than $100,000 a year here.
How many?
You know, I don't know right off the top of my head, but I can tell you that there are. I think it's disparate to try and separate them out.
So
These folks don't work on an hourly basis. They don't get overtime. They don't get additional compensation. They don't get to trade out the 120 hours sometimes that Bill Young and his team spend during a week migrating everything to the cloud. They don't get extra compensation for that.
Would you rather split the vote up?
It's no, there
And
is a pending, it's not my decision. There's a pending motion to amend on the floor. The next thing we have to do is we have to vote on that motion to amend. If there's any other discussion, and I think people have had a chance to, I think it's time to vote unless somebody that hasn't said anything wants to say something. So the vote is, do we want to carve out the 5 vice presidents to receive a 3% raise instead of 6 if the underlying motion is then approved?
My position is, I'm not gonna pass the 6% for every single person. And we're gonna fail a 3-3 high all night long unless we come to a consensus. Something like that. So. This is my way of saying I am seriously taking my job.
Oh, you're campaigning, for heaven's sakes.
I'm not campaigning.
And without help, can you believe that?
And without help.
Well, this is seriously the first time we've had any say in anything whatsoever, Linda. Because it's 4-3 and nobody ever tries to come to a compromise.
That's a
You
good
guys
thing to say.
would've
It's
taken-
not true.
You would have
That is
taken my
true.
request last year and divided this. I would not have had this opportunity. Just because I'm not.
it sounds like Emporia State University all over again, and now you got a university
We're not
that
Emporia State
that-
University.
that
not
can't-
Mom.
that can't recruit students and that can't recruit teachers.
Dave, this 10
Emporia
years of
State
decline
University is
taking place
stated to
before
lose $2.2 million in tuition with
Let's
what they
move on.
did. I'm not willing to do that.
Okay, I haven't heard any new discussion about the pending motion to amend, so let's go ahead and vote that.
Trustee Good,
No,
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
No.
trustee Rhodes,
I'll abstain.
trustee Winslow,
I want the amended resolution, yes.
trustee Shearer,
No,
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, the motion to amend fails 3-3. So we still have a pending motion to approve the proposal as it was presented, which is a 6% salary increase and 6%. Well, 6% for non-represented staff. And then the
plus the increase in the
plus
health
the
insurance
increase in-
and dental
in health insurance.
or health insurance.
Before we go down the road of this failing. Are we gonna compromise at a different number other than 6, or are we just gonna let it fail?
Because you know how everyone will vote.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I think
don't
it's
know
a
how
fair
you guys
assumption.
will vote.
We can,
3-3.
if we do the vote, then essentially someone has to make another motion or it just dies. Where does it go from there?
Well,
I could
yeah,
amend the motion at what, 4%? That's all I'm asking.
now
Is
keep
there
in
any
mind
movement- Is there any movement on your side?
what we've been, I mean, where the 6% comes from is it's part of what we've been negotiating with the represented
Oh, I fully
faculty as well. I mean,
understand
there is they don't have to go together. They're two separate decisions, but there is a connection.
No, but
What
I
I
mean,
would
what
suggest
I
at
read
least,
earlier, and then Kent just plugs in 5% into the budget for next year's raises. That it's not how you negotiate, or you start at 5, put in 2 or 3, and then haggle up to 5. And we went from 5 to 6 just because it started at 5.
well, not necessarily, because you spend a whole lot of extra time then haggling over it when you know where you're going to get to end up with. We've made a decision over the last couple of years. Let's not lowball this thing. Let's go in at a reasonable number to try and save some time and save some negotiating energy and be honest about where we are from the very beginning and then see where we can come. That's not how we've ever negotiated, is to go in and lowball everything and then try and fight our way to some sort of an
Do
agreement.
you have any idea of before 2015, has there ever been a 6% raise?
I've got a
That
history.
has not happened in the last 8 years.
No, it hasn't. I've got a long-term
Inflation in
history.
the last year is
Now,
entirely
all of a
different than
sudden, it's
anything
like,
we've faced.
We
in
all have
15
to have six or else. It's like, how do we go
Part of-
from 3 to 2 to 2.5 to nothing to 5 to 5 to 6? Just bam, bam, bam.
Part of-
Continuing the same trajectory.
Part of it is, Shelley can speak to it, but part of it is to try and maintain marketability and the ability to hire people at reasonable salaries to get them in here. We're having difficulty, not so much with faculty positions, but we're having difficulty hiring staff positions and being able to pay competitive salaries. Shelley
Part
can
of the
speak to that.
reason when I first got here, they told me the biggest issues that I needed to work on were compensation, performance management, and a few other things. But compensation was big. They hadn't done any major changes to the wage scale or marketing of the jobs in years and years. So these low raises that they've been giving also had an impact about keeping us under market with our salaries. So as we look at change in the wage scale, if we continue to stay below what is on an average, about a 3% increase across corporations and so forth. For a while there, it was 2.5 when the economy was really low, and then as inflation started to increase, those numbers started going up. And so if you do not, if a 2.5% increase is not going to keep you market competitive, and people are going to leave because they're not making enough money. So really the benchmark is at a minimum 3% would be maybe keeping you at market, but it's not going to keep your wages growing to the extent to keep up with inflation.
Maybe we should divide up faculty and the people that contract recommends and everybody else.
Well, this particular proposal does not include faculty at this time. Because this is, we have not finished negotiations.
You're
This
an
is,
impasse, right?
sorry?
You're an impasse.
Yes, that's correct. So this is to cover the staff and the adjunct or part-time instructors with the raise that is being negotiated and has been basically tentatively agreed upon.
So this does not include professional organizations.
Not yet,
No,
not yet, until we have a contract.
their sticking point is something totally different.
Yeah, I
Yes.
understand that.
So,
Can't bring that.
right,
So
So-
we've done, I'm sorry.
sorry, that's okay. Go ahead.
If we've done 5% the last 2 years and you're saying 3% is the minimum to stay competitive, 5% again this year, if you want to keep all things equal, is that something you could live with, is dropping everybody to 5 instead of doing the 6-3?
Yes, I just want my point to be gotten across. And I don't feel that this is being run the correct way. You can't, I know you laugh at me, Linda, but show me on black and white where we're heading in the right direction. You guys that are friends of the board and well, we're the best. And hallelujah, Kim Cole's amazing and we're doing right and we're all working real hard. It's like, I understand, but you have somebody just across the county line doing twice as good as we are, heading in the opposite direction, but we don't want to take
And-
anyone else's advice.
And they get a lot of support from their government.
They're not
And so-
taxpayer funded.
But that's
No,
part of,
well, But they are
To a certain extent.
to a
yes, they
certain
are.
extent.
but that's part of my concern going forward is that if I'm correct on my numbers, because I believe I asked this before, over the last few years, we ended up getting around $16 million in COVID funds.
One-time funding.
Right, correct. It's one time. In the process of doing that, we didn't raise taxes, which quote unquote saved the taxpayer up to a $12 million increase. So now that COVID money's gone and we're applying everything with regard to inflation and we're adding all this extra expense, that expense isn't going anywhere. So once this year's passed, we're leaving taxes the same right now. You know, talk about campaigning. I think there's a reason for that. But anyway, what's going to happen next year? That's my fear. And that's what we're trying to think about and the year after and the year after and the year after, because we just went through $16 million. That money's gone. And all those new expenses, all the inflation, all those things, they aren't going anywhere. They're still going to be here next year and the year after.
And they're happening for people on a personal level too.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I personally, to Shelby's point, I'm not going to get a 6% raise unless I work 20% harder. I mean, because it's just the nature of the beast. And so it's all about where you want to put your dollars personally. So if we're still giving an increase and trying to stay competitive with inflation somewhat, and I think that's what we're trying to propose. And I think the general public is tired of institutions being top heavy, and I'm not trying to insult our top staff. They're wonderful at what they do. It's not an insult to them. It's more of an equalization. I don't know how many teachers we have that make over six figures. I know in some of our talks, they have an opportunity to take additional classes and get their wages up. People have ways to go increase their income in this institution without just this. So it's also misleading to say that this is the only way that people can make more money in this institution. That's not true.
And Mr. Chairman, I have a point to make.
Can't.
Because I seem to have an open stake in this since I'm one of the five. You're headed for an impasse. And while I don't agree with the premise of Shelby's amendment, this is very important for a number of reasons that you pass the raise for our staff today so that we can get moving with benefits. People know where they're going. I, as one voice of those who are affected, would say if it takes lowering my raise from 6 to 3, I think that would be worth it to get this passed, because I don't think you're going to get it passed the way you're going at 6% for everybody. And I think it's extremely important that the staff raise of 6% for the majority of the staff gets approved tonight. So that's my point.
Huge respect for you at that, Kent. Sincerely.
I think 5 is more than fine. I'm just trying to,
Across the board?
Well-
for just 5% for the 5. So they would get a 5% increase instead of a 6. There's no other way I have as a board member of showing my serious. It's the same on the job site. If there's no penalty or rewards for doing X, people can do whatever they want, ignore you all the time until there's a financial cost. Losing out on a 1% increase, it does nothing more than show my distaste on how things are headed here, and I've said it a bunch of times. Just let me make the motion, we'll see what happens.
Would it be?
Well, first, we have to vote on this.
Well, if you vote on things, you can carve out.
Say that I've been waiting for, so whenever I've got the floor, I can say it. Before we vote on anything else or amend anything else. Personally, I think it's a mistake to do anything until the negotiations have been finalized, and here's why. Okay. The teachers, I value the staff as well, but what I'm afraid of, they're in an impasse right now. So does that mean the college is going to drag their feet for the next 6 months? I don't want that. I don't want that for the staff. I think that the professional staff is critical, just like the janitors are critical to this college. I don't think you should go over here and do this and not do this. I just don't. That's my opinion. That's the way it goes. I'm not going to vote 5% if we are going to take, if we are going to leave the professionals out. It's my fault. I thought we were including them in this. I didn't even think about us being in negotiation, but we're in an impasse. So who knows when that's going to be settled.
So we're at impasse. We're at impasse not over the potential salary increase or over the health insurance. We're at impasse because they want the due process language verbatim in the contract, and you don't want it in the contract. You've told us, you've given us that direction. And they also want an automatic $600 salary increase each year, just automatically on top of any other raise. And our conversations with you have given us direction. So the impasse is because with us as a negotiating team for the board has a different perspective about what should be in that master agreement than what the faculty do. We've submitted the impasse papers. We'll have a mediator assigned. And so it'll depend upon the scheduling of that mediator and when we can be together. But those are the two issues that we're at impasse over. It's not the health insurance and it's not the proposed salary increase. And we are negotiating on behalf of the board and what you want us to do.
Like Ken said, this vote is not going to hurt the union. Everyone gets a 6% that actually helps negotiations. People get their money.
And what
They
would,
know they're going to get them.
Well, not necessarily. I mean,
Well-
we still have to come to an agreement. The faculty have to ratify the agreement and then it would come to the board for you guys to ratify. But that's tentatively where we were at with a salary increase with the faculty.
It's not a secret. It was in an open negotiation session that they have been offered 6%.
Yeah.
Another option here to consider is to approve as presented for everyone other than whoever's being carved out and then have separate discussions about that carved out group. If there's a concern about that, I don't want to get too in the middle of this because if it's a group that includes my wife, I'll be abstaining, but. there are
No,
different
she's not
ways
on
to
that chart.
approach
I
it.
already looked.
No, she's not.
So Shelby, are you saying, because I had said,
It again,
okay,
so 6% for everyone. 5% for the 5 vice presidents on page 40 of the employee handbook.
so 6 and 5 instead of 6 and 3.
Why?
Because I'm trying to make a point of how serious I am of this place turning around and the 5 vice presidents will know Shelby's really pissed. I'm still offering a 5% increase, which is the highest it's ever been in 10 years. You're not getting hurt. But we're continuing to expand everything, eating all these costs. With no end in sight and no answer as to how or what's really going to turn it around. That's not going to work. I don't think it's going to work. You can't gaslight me into saying, oh, it's definitely going to work because we're professional. It's like, well, it hasn't so far. And you can't keep telling me it is.
Are you going to the city of Augusta and complaining about the taxes you pay there? Because we were the only entity in Butler County last year to remain halfway revenue neutral. And to date, we're the only one to remain halfway revenue neutral.
Because us 3 are on the board.
That's right.
And I'm not
It's
on
an
that
entire
city
board
council.
decision.
I know.
It's been
but
an entire board decision. So, I mean, you can't
the
just
3 of
take
us
credit
are
for
here.
you.
I get it.
And I am, Dave, I'm on Augusta Progress Inc. It's a committee that promotes downtown growth and is very involved with the city leaders every month, trying to get that under control.
And they're
'Cause
spending so much. We're
oh,
gonna
it's
be in
crazy.
trouble soon. 'Cause
Yeah,
we're
but-
creating all these things to make our community better.
right.
At the same time, we're making it more expensive to come here. And it's like,
And
I guess that.
to the point of this whole budget deal, look. Honestly, I don't have any objection to a raise. That's not my problem. My problem comes from the fact that we're not diminishing the buildings, and you've asked about this before, which ones can we maybe let go of because of the insurance cost, and are we using them? We don't still have that data that you asked for, I believe that you asked for a couple of months ago.
They're working on it.
No. It's been promised with a timeline that is completely
Okay,
unfair.
what's the timeline?
I just told you earlier tonight that
Yeah,
we are doing an assessment of all of the
facilities.
buildings,
Okay,
classroom utilization, and that we would have it to you after the first of
and
the
that
year.
included all the sites.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Anything we insure.
Yeah,
based
everything
on
we insure.
insurance.
Okay, good. Okay, so I didn't understand. I didn't know it included all of our remote sites on campus. But
Anything that we own.
the thing that really kills me is we are still losing enrollment, and I'm not blaming anyone for that. There's multiple reasons why we're losing enrollment, but at some point, we can't maintain the budget like it is. We've got to think about working smarter, working with less, working more online, working with less resources. And I don't think we're thinking about that. And I think that's to Shelby's point. He's trying to get the board will.
What we have to
I
do,
think you-
what
I
we
think
have to
you're-
do is work to how the students want us to work. There are some students who want to be online. There are some students who don't. We need to provide that. We're not creating widgets.
We're gonna cut
We're not a,
according to the enrollment cut.
But
That's what
this
we're gonna
doesn't address that.
Yeah,
This
Can I
is-
second
your
Shelby's motion?
point doesn't Address the issue.
Can I-
Kim,
All right.
I'd like to second Shelby's amended motion.
Make it all.
Okay. I thought you did.
There'll be an extra, at the end of the first bullet point, there's a separate sentence says the 5 vice presidents on page 40 of the employee handbook that report directly to the president shall receive a 5% salary increase.
I would second that motion.
So I just want to make one more point. You're penalizing these folks because their job descriptions, Julie quit it. You're penalizing these
We've had
folks
enough
because
of
their job descriptions
Need to move on.
make them report to me.
Would you prefer that we do everybody 5% across the
Well, I
board
don't
so
think
that
you
it's
can.
fair?
I don't think you can because we've negotiated with this, with the faculty. We can't back off that dollar amount. I mean, I appreciate the fact that you're having this conversation, but it's unfortunate that you're penalizing them because they report to me.
I wanted to penalize as few as people as possible. At
Why-
the highest echelons of decision making. 5 people, they're still getting a 5% raise, but for some of them it's gonna be $7,000. They're gonna.
I
This
don't
is
believe
just-
anybody's hurt. With this.
You don't think anybody's hurt in this? You
I
don't
got
think that it's
5% raise.
demoralizing or
It could be.
diminishing of their ability?
No,
and
because
the
I
work
think
that
they're
they do?
smart enough to understand what we're saying, and this isn't a personal attack. This is a business that needs to be run like one. But if people want to take it personally, then I guess that's
They
their.
understand based on the conversation where the board, where your positions are. You don't have to hit their wallet to make that point known. You've made it
think I
very
do.
clear in the last 15 minutes what your
But
views
as I
are.
said last year, separate this into 2 votes. That's what I'm asking. No, we're not gonna do it. We're just gonna lump it together. We don't have to listen to Shelby.
Why
Well,
don't we
had
separate?
you, this conversation would not be happening, so
Why can't we separate now?
we can't.
Anybody tell me?
Well, you
why we-
can't. I mean, it's a motion to amend.
Okay,
It's not.
No.
that's
why
not
didn't
the
we
motion.
organize the original motion?
We've never done, it. There's never been a
It
need
doesn't
to do it
matter.
that
We've
way.
never done
No
it.
one has asked
If
for that,
Shelby
Julie.
asked for it
That's
last
what
year-
the process is. There's a motion and there's an amendment. If you want to redefine it, then you have the right to file a motion to amend, have the foresight when you saw the board book to decide that's what you wanted to
We did
do.
last year.
This is,
Have the foresight when you read the board book
And we're
tonight.
doing it this year.
No, you're not. You're complaining about it. You have a vote like everybody else here. If you want to amend a motion, file it, but think about it ahead of time and have a plan. And you didn't. Don't
Yes,
complain
we
about it
did.
now.
But it's not.
Do we have any other discussion on Shelby's amendment, which has been seconded?
Repeat it, please.
So this is it would amend the motion to. We're not voting on the salary increase. We would be amending the motion to say that the proposed salary increase for non-represented staff is 6%, except it's only 5% for the 5 VPs that are Dr. Kroll's direct reports.
everyone gets a 6% raise except for the 5 VPs. They get a 5% raise. Which is what they got last year and as high as they've ever gotten in over 10 years. I don't believe.
And we're not actually voting on that raise. We're
We're voting
voting
to-
to amend the
to amend
motion to redefine it that way.
Right.
You ready for the vote?
I think so.
Trustee Good,
No.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
No.
trustee Rhodes,
Abstain.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
No.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, so we still are, that does not pass. It's at 3-3. I'll make suggestions and everybody knows my situation. So there's the conflict is fully disclosed. I'm not voting on anything that impacts my wife. It seems to me that there is no disagreement about health insurance. An option the board to do is to amend the motion to carve out the compensation increase for separate discussion and move the health insurance piece forward. That doesn't address, I mean, the conflict is over the compensation piece. That doesn't address it. Julie, you talked about amending it to carve out a group. I don't know what you meant by that.
No, splitting it up, the professional association and everyone that they represent. Will hear in
That
this,
happens automatically.
That's automatic.
in this motion, and
That
then,
happens automatically.
Julie, this is our only chance to negotiate this way. If we separate them out.
okay,
We can't.
They are separated out.
You
It's
know, if
the
we move
professional
wages to a
employees are-
separate.
yeah, let's
X
move
month.
this.
No. If you do it to another month, we can't negotiate. But we are right. Because then we have no power over 4-3 split.
Okay, so what do you do?
I don't know. I mean, we just moved from 3 to 5, but they're unwilling to. A 5% raise is not good enough for the
It's
performance.
the
that we
principle
have.
of the thing, I think, Shelby. It's not 5%. It's the idea that you're identifying this overarching concern. But the remedy isn't addressing the concern. The remedy is just expressing that I'm pissed off and this is what I can do. And here are the 5 people that are the unlucky folks that happen to be in the middle of my wrath.
Well, what if you guys said, hey, we get a 10% raise this year, and the board members were like, hey, whoa.
But we didn't say that.
Right, but you're offering 6, which has never been done in 10 years.
So let's
Oh,
do
yeah, it's
something
gotta be
unique.
done because
I remember going 10 years at Wichita Public Schools with no raise.
exactly.
Yeah.
When there was money, when the superintendents were getting 20, 30, 40,000,
My whole
but they were earning it.
My
Well,
whole
then-
point is you guys close Educare because it loses 250 grand. You spend $900,000 fixing it up. Put a police force in there that I'm not sure we really need. It's just endless amounts of money being spent.
You weren't part of that vote,
I
whether
voted
you,
against it.
so, but you were still a part of that vote
Right,
as a
'cause I was
body.
Trying to keep Educare afloat. Anyway,
It sounds to me like having this move forward based on what Kent said is extremely important. So everything, it could also be flipped around for us to say that you three would rather penalize everyone rather than have 5 people to take 1% less, or 7 people. How many is it? 5?
but they're
Take
getting
1% less.
last year.
Yeah, so it's based on principle on your side too. So if each side has principle and our side has thrown something out and moved to a point where it's okay, fine, we'll do it your way somewhat. This is just another illustration of the other side being, nope, it has to be our way because we don't move. Because that's all we see. All I've seen for a year and a half.
I'm not voting on it. It's, again,
I said the other 3.
no, I understand. The
But
remedy you're.
you were the one
proposing
that
doesn't-
said that we were being, that he
address
was being petty or not petty, that he was trying to, penalize people. Those were your words, and that's
Yeah.
what I'm addressing.
I know, and I don't think there's any way you can, I don't think there's any way you can describe what Shelby's proposal is other than an attempt to penalize 5 people for issues that are or almost entirely beyond their individual control. That is not how you run a business. You don't penalize your employee
But then
because something else.
who is in charge? Who is responsible?
Well,
If
Dr.
not the
Kroll is ultimately
VPs,
responsible. But the problem is Shelby knows he can't go after Dr. Kroll because she has a contract.
but we already, because we rewarded all of that. But if she's in charge, it's her direct charge of those 5 people. That's my point. I can't sit here and say my company is running bad and then my staff member is not. We're arguing over semantics. I don't know what else to do. I feel like we've been very
I
fair.
have an outlandish example that's, not everybody appreciates humor. But imagine the executive board at Bud Light. Was the person in charge there for a while? Maybe that wasn't the best decision for them to make, and maybe that board would say, nope, and then drive it on. I just don't,
And you think they're going to
People-
take the VP of distribution is going to have his compensation affected because of a decision that somebody else made?
5% wage increase is not penalizing, but that's, you're getting a 5% increase. And a 87% increase in your healthcare. I mean, your healthcare insurance is being cut. No one's getting hurt.
They're paying more in healthcare insurance.
Well, barely.
But,
The college is
No.
paying near $1 million,
well, and they'll end up paying more.
as they should, a 13th.
I mean,
To Kim's point, you guys are unwilling to negotiate.
no, here's what I'm frustrated by is as an educational institution, we create a budget. Okay? And everybody, the executives of the school and the president of the school presents this budget, and they presented to us a budget that really shows no growth when we probably ought to be thinking about a new dormitory or a new maybe a different building someplace else. I don't know, but we're not thinking forward. We're thinking so far backwards that we're doing everything to penalize potential students from coming here when we offer a great educational opportunity to them. That we got kids coming from Florida and Georgia and Arkansas and different places. And yeah, they play sports and different things, but they are getting a total college experience here. And they go on to other 4-year institutions that are not just in Kansas, everywhere. And they speak very highly of their Butler experience. And you're wanting to, I don't understand it, even with, you're bringing in extra things, but we have a staff that works their heinies off. And it's like, yeah, I'm on a fixed income. You at least get to make more money. I don't get to make more money. I'm on a fixed income. And I'm still voting for this because in the big scheme of things, you know how much it's costing me? $239 on my taxes. $239 is what I pay for. I guarantee you, my city, this county gets more than the $239 I pay. $239, that's 12 or $2,400, $12 a month. This college is worth $1,200 a month for me. And the employees are worth the 6% for me. They're working hard to increase our enrollment. If we're not going to get behind them to help them increase our enrollment, when we have decreasing graduation numbers, we have kids who aren't thinking about college, because I can tell you that from experience of being in a high school all year last year. Not everybody was like in 1973 when Vietnam was going on and you thought about college really pretty darn seriously because the draft was going on. That's not going on anymore. Kids have choices. But we also need to offer them, we're offering them certificated programs so that they can go. I mean, I've got kids that I know about that are going out to Pratt. They're going to go through the West Star program. But you know where they're going to come back to? They're going to come back and spend their tax dollars and work here in Butler County. I don't know. I know I was in education and I would have appreciated a 6% raise anytime, because when I was working, it was cuts all the time. And that wasn't a fun period. And I think we should grow this college. And sometimes if you're going to grow your business, sometimes you have to advertise a little bit more. Sometimes you have to spend more money on something.
Yeah.
Do you have to hire one more employee? So, that's why I'm voting for it. You're not going to get me off the 6%. That's how I'm voting.
It's gonna fail. No one's willing.
I don't care. I'll be here all at 3:30.
Well, hang on. We have a trustee taking a short break, so we're not gonna vote right at this moment. Do we?
Maybe we all need to take.
Well, do we want to pause for a
I
second?
think we need to take
Take a break. Sure.
Okay. Okay, let's take 5.
state.
So we still have quite a bit left on our agenda tonight, so I know there's no place anybody would rather be, but
We're trying to beat the 5.5 hour meeting from last year.
Okay, is everybody, Mike's back on? Okay, coming back out of a short break, we still have a motion and second on the floor, which is the original motion, which is the 6% for everyone with the health insurance as noted. Is there a path forward through a different amendment that can move this in the right direction?
I'd like to propose an amendment to take the compensation for the 5 vice presidents and move it aside at this time and vote on the 6% raise for the balance and the health insurance for all. That way we can move forward with what we need to do, and we've got some time to think about the compensation for the 5 VPs.
Do we have a second on that motion to amend?
Second.
Fresh
So to-
discussion.
So to be clear, what that would do is separate out the staff, which would then allow for us to be able to vote on those and which gives them an automatic 4-3 and our point dies. So,
Exactly.
so
No, thank you.
yeah, no, thanks.
You can take the vote on that.
Trustee Good,
So this proposed amendment was to redefine the original motion essentially to include a 6% raise
yes.
for everyone, not include anything on the 5 direct reports tonight. But they would still be included within the health insurance piece. So it would carve them out from any decision tonight as to compensation.
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
No,
trustee Jolly,
Yes,
trustee Rhodes,
Abstain.
trustee Winslow,
No.
trustee Shearer,
I'm going to vote no because I still am with my original motion.
trustee Smith.
Okay, that fails for 2.
For any single person willing to budget, we do 5.5. If your side won't even move a micrometer for any reason, for anything, and we just have to accept what we're told and are handed every month. Doesn't work for me. No one's being hurt. It's a 0.5% more than they've ever been given.
and we get lectured so much about all the training we've had about compromise and board governance and board camaraderie and on and on and on. It just is not done. And to me, that's what this is down to at this point.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we give the 5 presidents a 5.5 salary increase.
Okay, so we take it as a motion to amend that 6% for everybody on compensation, 5.5% for Dr. Kroll's 5 direct reports. So the same motion we've had before, except it's gone from 3% to 5%, now to 5.5%. Okay, do we have a second on that motion to amend?
I would second that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
no,
trustee Rhodes,
abstain.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
No,
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that motion to amend passes 4-2. So now we still have a pending motion on the floor to actually approve the compensation increases that would now be 6% for all non-represented staff, except for the 5 vice presidents, that would be 5.5%.
I would move
And
to
everyone,
approve it as amended.
I'll second that.
well, it's already been approved. Amendment.
yeah, it's
Approve the amendment. I want to approve the motion as
the motion was amended by virtue of our last vote. So the new motion that we're voting on has already been amended. So it's time to vote
I
now.
want to move it as it has been.
You don't have to move it. We have a motion and a second. We've amended it. So that motion is there.
I'm ready to.
So yeah, I think we can call it.
Trustee
So
Good,
what's the motion?
So the motion now, now we're actually, now we're voting to approve what we just amended the motion to. So to actually agree that we're going to provide 6% to all non-represented staff, except the 5 VPs that would get 5.5%. And then provide the health insurance contribution increases as set forth on page 52.
Yes.
Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
No.
trustee Rhodes,
Abstain.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
No.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, that passes 4-2. So we will move on then to the next and last action item for tonight, which is, well, that's not exactly true. We got the consent agenda still, but the next consent agenda item would be to approve the memorandum of understanding that would allow the college to provide, essentially to immediately implement the health insurance contribution changes as to the represented staff, even though we're still in negotiations for an overall contract.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Board of Trustees approve the ratified memorandum of understanding to increase the premium contribution by the college for the BCCEA members.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay.
I would move to approve the consent agenda as written.
Was that a thank you? Okay, that was a thanks from Shelley. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
I'll second.
Okay,
The
we don't have discussion on the consent agenda. Is there
I know,
discussion?
I should have sent an email.
What if you're looking at the minutes? Is there something wrong?
No, honestly, whenever we are gonna prove things like the legal staff that we want to hire, I want names, I want the names. In
Is
the
it-
consent agenda, because,
And since
It's in here.
it's like where?
Well, it's under the motion, it's on page 65.
Yeah.
Okay.
Canal and Canal is designated
It's
legal.
the
Okay.
topic for action that goes along with all of those
I'm
things.
gonna vote against the committee, the consent agenda, even though I'm motioned to move it on because I don't support the continuation of Canal as our legal counsel. That's the reason.
We can go ahead and vote.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
No.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Okay, that passes 5-2. Supplemental information, Dr. Carl, anything of note?
Nope. Don't think so. Nothing really on the calendar. Except meetings, those kinds of things. Again, let me know, let us know about the farm to fork, please. By noon tomorrow, if you can go, if you want to go. Either email Jennifer or send us a text message or something. Then we'll fill the rest of the spots with some of the other.
And Jennifer, you can just go ahead and put my name down,
I cannot make it.
Can
Did you
Heather?
get my text?
No, Bible.
And I
Bible-
can't
Yeah,
go.
she'd be better to have there than me.
On the.
Well, we're not talking about the whole day bus. It's just dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's big-
Yeah,
it's
just dinner.
PBS.
Yeah.
Well, as
It's-
I was going to say, I cannot go all day on the bus, but I will be attending a dinner at the farm in Rose Hill. And I have asked Tia to please figure out how much the cost would be just for that dinner. So I could attend.
It's $50. It's $50.
and the dinner is not,
I'm paying for the college is paying for the dinner.
The
If you wanna
dinner
s- Yeah,
at the farm
Yeah.
it's $50.
and the.
in
Fulton-
Rose Hill.
No, no,
It's
no,
at
no, no,
Fulton
no.
Valley Farms.
It's at Fulton Valley Farms.
Thank you.
Oh.
Lunch, dinner.
Exactly.
In Roseville, and then the bus will end the evening at Golden Valley Farm.
Right, and I'll be there too.
Okay, I'll top of my head, I do not know when the lunch.
There is one, it's for the bus tour, the whole deal, and I can't do the whole deal, so
But you're coming to dinner.
I
On
asked
the
her,
college,
yes, and I
yes.
asked her if she would let me know about the lunch.
Yeah.
Okay. We have an exec session with a couple of items to talk about. The first is a follow-up on the Grand Leach Biley security.
Okay, can I make that motion off of what's written?
Yes, it's on page 81.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that the board recess into executive session for discussion of confidential information related to cybersecurity measures that protects specific systems, facilities, or equipment, including persons and property, to include the board, Bill Young, Christina Byram, and Tevin Manuel, pursuant to the open meetings exception for matters of protected by discussion of security measures and for discussion of personnel matters related to non-elected personnel, which, if discussed in open meeting, might violate their right to privacy, to include the board and Dr. Kim Kroll. And let's see, the open meeting will resume within 90 minutes in the Danker room.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Good. Yes. Trustee Brungart,
Yes.
trustee Jolly,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Shearer,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, as we've done before, I'll note on the record when we go in. We'll also note when we come out at what point we transition from one topic to the other. So there's a record of.
Yeah, I was wondering about that course. I'm thinking you have to have two market executive sessions. No, you don't. You can put them all in one motion. You just have to identify.
I mean, if you've seen an AG
Yeah, we
opinion or
did that.
something that suggests that, I mean, provide it to me. I'm not trying to do something wrong, but I don't think we have.
Just that.
We just can't be an exec session for an improper reason.
Yeah, as long as we state the reasons that for both of them, we can do it.
That's why.
Yep.
Okay.
Huh?
Yes, sir. If you guys want to.
Have something.
Oh, yes.
You'll take the green. Yes, sir.
So what? Aged out?
For the Legions.
Yeah.
You get the request.
International Culture Day where
Well, yeah, they do. They do. No, they do with the international students, they do a music and fun night so that they bring. Yeah, I think it was in the spring semester. Well, they maybe do one each semester.
Only wait 5 more minutes, we make it 5 hours even.
No, would that be a record?
We can have discussion on the motion to adjourn.
Just so I can have a record.
Okay, we are back in open out of exec session. It is about 9:25. We went in officially at 7:55, so we are actually spot on our 90 minutes. Just for the record, we spent about 8 minutes with Tevin Manuel on the cybersecurity issue. And then he and Bill Young and Christina Byram left, and we finished the exec session doing the non-elected personnel issues with Dr. Kroll. Trustee Winslow had to leave at 9 o'clock. Trustee Brungard had to leave about 9:10. So we are left with the 5 of us. And with that, a motion to adjourn would be welcome.
So moved.
And I'll second. Okay, you can second.
Okay, trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Brungard is absent, trustee Jolly is.
She
She said yes.
You said yes,
She said
okay.
yes. Yeah, she did. We
Trustee
tried.
Rhodes.
Yes.
Trustee Winslow is absent, trustee Shear,
Yes.
trustee